by Michelle Anton, and the Pledge of Allegiance by Kevin Donovan.
Lord, we come to you tonight asking for your guidance, that you would guide our thoughts and our actions, Lord, to glorify you and to serve well the students inside these schools. Lord, we ask for a hedge of protection over the students inside these schools that are there daily, and we also ask that you protect the staff that transport, instruct, and feed these students each and every day. Lord, we ask that you humble us when we need it and provide grace when we also need it. We ask all these things in your heavenly name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we're in a closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318-11A-136 to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel files under General Statute 115C-321, to consider matters relating to the initial employment of an individual employee, and to consult with the board's attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Wooten. All those in favor of going into closed session, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
7-0. All right. I'm sorry. Get on you about, I don't need a mic. Okay. We do welcome you here, and we're glad to celebrate with all of you. It's good to see you. Our first order of business would be approval of the minutes, and so I entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the February 7th, 2023 regular session.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Wooten. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Tippett. All those in favor, would you indicate by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye as well, 7-0. Also, we need to approve the minutes of the closed session, February 7th, 2023 session. I'll entertain a motion. Okay, okay, I'm sorry. All right, we'll move to the discussion of adjustments to the agenda. Mr. Johnston.
None.
Mr. Carroll.
I have none.
Mr. Donovan.
None.
Mr. Tippett.
Have none.
Mr. Wooten.
I have none.
Ms. Anton.
I had asked for the public to be informed and have a spot on the agenda placed for Ron Johnson to present evidence.
Is that in the form of a motion to add this to the agenda?
I can make that move. I move that we add a slot at the end of the agenda to allow Ron Johnson to present to the public any information he would like added.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. I'll entertain discussion.
Mr. Johnson has been presented a process to do that, and he has not taken that so far. So
The process was to be brought before the public and the board. It was only brought to 2 members of the board, not the full board. We promised the public in 2 open sessions that he would be allowed to present what information he wanted, and that has not happened yet.
I think the process was actually followed correctly. The chair and myself, the board asked the attorney to develop a process that would be discussed with Mr. Johnson's attorney. As a matter of fact, I think probably the easiest thing to do we have a timeline that we can? And just for the public, because Ms. Antoine is right, we did talk about this and it was never brought back. I'm gonna bore you with some dates here. Timeline for this was December 13th. Actually, that was the first board meeting of the new board members, Ms. Antoine, Mr. Donovan, and myself. Mr. Johnson called and asked if we could bring it to the floor to remove, I believe he's told me 1 censor at that time. I said, let's talk about all 3 of them. If we're going to talk about one of them. At that time, Mr. Donovan and I spoke with our board attorney to develop a process to do that. On December 31st, we got a letter from Mr. Johnson's, Ronald's attorney, saying litigation hold letter, making some claims, some things that we needed to do. That letter was forwarded to the board, which that letter, in essence, kind of let us know that we could be facing potential legal action. So when that happened, we asked our attorney to get with Mr. Johnson's attorney to develop a process. I personally was adamant that process should be a formal process with people who wanted to comment. The board would have the right to call people who they wanted, but you would answer questions under oath with the risk of perjury, whomever came forward. I also was adamant that would allow former board members to be called in. Now, of course, we have no way of making anybody come, but it gives a legitimate legal process. On January 13th, attorneys for the board and Ronald's attorney met virtually discussed a process. The board attorney drafted the process. The appeal hearing process was reviewed by the board chair and myself. January 24th, the board attorney shared that procedures with Ronald's attorney, which were to be a beginning point in the process. When they work things out, that would come back to the board for approval. January 24th, same day, 1 hour later, after receiving the draft appeal procedures, they were rejected and stating no appeal hearing was necessary because, in their legal opinion, the censors were void based on the process they were used and not following Robert's Rules of Order. January 24th, Ronald's attorneys wrote a letter to the district attorney, copied the board chair, board attorney, alleging the censors were void because using improper procedures to adopt them. January 25th, Ronald's attorney wrote a second letter to the district attorney, copy to the board chair, board attorney, demanding the Ronald's property be returned. They were seized in a search warrant that Ronald had said it was an illegal search. Unless those things were returned, then they were going to take legal action against the board members, the district attorney, the sheriff's department, and employees. February 7th, the board attorney reported the process to the board. The board did not take any further action, given the process had been rejected by Ronald's attorneys. And that's where we are now. And I don't know that you never want to face legal action. However, I'm not going to be threatened or intimidated by any attorney. And you can smile at me if you want to. That's fine. We go way back. Okay? But the process was there, and I tried to help you. And you can do whatever you want. But what I'm saying is, I'm not going to play games, but I'm not, at the same time, I'm not going to. I actually apologize to you that the process took so long, because I tried. But I guess when you get attorneys in and you start talking about legal action, then that pretty much limits me.
With all due respect, I'm not going to do this. We should have done this at the end of the meeting. This is about the people here to be awarded today, and I wish we would have had this discussion at the end of the meeting. I will interject a couple of dates myself. In January, you received an email from an employee who is sick and who notified all of you that she was being retaliated against based on a medical condition, and was thankful for doing what I did.
Okay, we're in the discussion of whether or not to add this to the agenda. Is there any more discussion about whether we add this to the current agenda?
I think given the weight of the instances surrounding it, with employees now coming forward saying they were being coerced to do things, with the threat from former board members who are no longer with us, and no one's going to sit up here and deny that, and also employees saying, I'm thankful for what he did because they were trying to retaliate against me because I was sick. I think that carries weight, but I'm going to ask for this to stop because we have children here and they're here to get awarded. That's what this is about. I would ask we revisit this discussion at the end of the meeting and not run from it.
We have a motion.
Madam Chairman, I call the question.
We have a motion and a second to add the opportunity for Mr. Johnston to speak at this board meeting, to add it to our agenda. No other discussion. I'll call for a vote, and I'll ask for a hand vote. All those in favor of allowing Mr. Johnston to add this, all those in favor of adding this opportunity for Mr. Johnston to the agenda, would you raise your hand? All opposed, raise your hand. 5-2. We will not add it to the agenda. Okay, I believe our first order or special recognitions would be for athletics. Mr. Josh Polisco, we're sorry for the delay.
Good evening. Madam Chair Andrews, Vice Chair Tippett, members of the board, Dr. Bracy. Very excited to be here tonight after a great winter season. A little bit of background. Johnston County Public School makes up only 1.8% of the total NCHSSA membership of 426 schools. There was 220 medalists that are here tonight to be celebrated over the Winter State Championships. That means a JCPS student medaled 3.6% of the times in the classifications that we are allowed. So obviously did a great job. It was a great mark for our individual sports and all their hard work there. We are thankful for their hard work in and out of the classroom as well. The leaders of the student body that they are, and the wonderful and successful young men and women they will be and continue to be. In addition, we would like to thank and recognize the coaches, athletic directors, and administration in attendance tonight that continue to support their student athletes day in and day out. From Clayton High School, Coach Marlon Lee is here, Coach Thomas Coughlin is here, Coach Keswick Frazier is here. From Cleveland, Kenny Watkins, head wrestling coach, and Miss Jenna Sauls, hair principal. From Corinth Holders, Christian Stewart, wrestling head coach, and Miss Sarah Reynolds, principal. From South Johnston, Robert Strickland, head wrestling coach, and Mr. William Weaver, principal. Smithfield Selma, Mr. Aaron Bentley, coach, Mr. William Parker, assistant AD, and Mr. David Allen, principal. And from West Johnston, Coach Bradshaw and Miss Jennifer Schwartz, principal. Without further ado, we'd like to get our track athletes to come over here, and we're going to line up. If Clayton's relay team can start here.
And parents, if you would like to come up and take pictures, please come behind the board. You can walk behind the board and take whatever pictures you'd like to take. Or administrators, either.
All right, and we'll get started. Continue to take pictures here. Our first group we're going to recognize from my left to my right is going to be Clayton High's girls 4x200 meter relay team. They were state runners up with 1:45.33 seconds. Selena Carlisle, junior. Autumn Joyce, sophomore. She's at softball tonight. Good luck to them. Elena Garetta is a senior, and Amelia Speller is a junior. Posted a great time as runners-up, and I know they recently went to Boston and represented and did a really nice job up there as well. Let's give them a round of applause. Mason Porter could not be here tonight, but she was a state runner-up in the long jump as a senior. Senior from Corinth Holders, Kendall Saunders. She was the 4A girls 500-meter state runner-up with 1:15. Kendall Saunders holds multiple indoor school records for Corinth Holders High as a relay member and individual. She was also the indoor GNRC Outstanding Conference Performer and will run for Western Carolina University next season. Let's give her a round of applause. Now to our other relay team, the Corinth Holders boys, 4x2 with 1:32. James McLean, 10th grader. Nolan O'Neill had to leave for work, and Byron Durham, a senior, had to leave to pick up his sister. We also have Tanner Leach present, and Tanner and these gentlemen did a great job. Coach is very proud of them and the work that they did, and we're excited to see what they do this spring. Let's give them a round of applause. Senior Harper Clark from West Johnston was the 3A state runner-up in the boys' 3,200-meter run with a time of 9 minutes, 54 seconds. And he also placed third in the 1,600-meter run at 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Harper also had an outstanding cross-country season this fall and will continue his running career at UNC Charlotte. We're excited to support him. And last but certainly not least, senior Ethan Toller from West Johnston was your 3A state champion in the boys 1,000 meter with 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Ethan's performance also set a school record for that run at a school that prides themselves on their distance running. So congratulations to Ethan and that whole team. I give you our indoor track medalists from this winter season. I do want to take a moment, too, I didn't see Coach Howell come in, and Coach Howell from Corinth Holders is obviously leading the track program up there very well, and we're happy to have him and look forward to what they do this spring. At this time, we're going to bring up our swimmer that's here tonight. She is a sophomore from Triple S, Francesca DiGiovanni of Smithfield Selma High. She placed 4th in the women's 500-yard free this winter. She was also the #1 scoring swimmer in the Quad County 3A Conference. She was the conference champion in the 50 freestyle, the 100 freestyle, the 200 medley relay, and the 200 free relay. We're very excited as a sophomore for all she's going to continue to do, both in the classroom and in the pool. So we're looking forward to seeing her back next year and the year after. So let's give her a round of applause. At this time, we are going to honor our wrestlers. All of our wrestlers come up, and they're coming up by weight class, and we have just about all of them represented, which is pretty impressive. Our first wrestler that we have to honor is sophomore Anna Ackerman from Corinth Holders High School. She was the Eastern Regional Champion and the most outstanding wrestler at the regional event as well. She also placed third in the Women's Invitational States and in the 100-pound weight class. Anna has been successful not only in the state of North Carolina, but has represented Johnston County and North Carolina all across the country. Anna was the 2022 Athens National Champion at the 100-pound and has placed All-American in multiple national wrestling events. Anna is Corinth Holders' first female conference champion in the boys tournament and finished this season with a record of 33-3. Very impressive. Next up, our next weight class is 106. Sophomore Ethan Brownlee from South Johnston High School placed 4th in the 106-pound class at the state championship. Ethan also was the Quad County champion at 106 and finished 2nd at the Mid-East region. Coach Strickland praised his work ethic and determination. Let's give a round of applause for Ethan. Also from South Johnston, senior Israel Guerrera. He placed 4th and was a medalist in the 113-pound weight class at the state championships. Israel was most valuable wrestler of the 3A Quad County Conference, voted on by the coaches this year, and he won the Mid-East Regional Championship in his weight class. All his hard work paid off. He finished his career with 100 wins. Let's give him a round of applause. From Cleveland, sophomore Addison Vigdigny of Cleveland was an Eastern Regional Champion and placed 4th in the states at the 114-pound weight class. She has represented Cleveland High and Johnston County well on the national level. She competed at the USA National Championships just recently on March 4th and was one match away from becoming an All-American in the 16U Juniors. Let's give her a round of applause and we look forward to watching her. Her brother and senior from Cleveland High, Matthew Vendigny, is placed 4th at the state champions in the 120-pound weight class. Matthew has been a great leader for Cleveland wrestling, Coach Watkins had to say. The past 3 years, he's a 3-time state qualifier, he's a national team member, and 3rd in the most career wins at Cleveland High School. He has multiple wrestling and academic scholarships to choose from next year. Matthew also was selected to represent the East in the East-West All-Star match that has now started to happen in the sport of wrestling. We look forward to that continuing to grow through the Coaches Association. So let's give a round of applause for Matthew. Senior Logan Hasley from Corinth Holders High was the state runner-up in the 152-pound weight class at the NCHSA State Championships this winter. Coach Stewart informed me that Logan has been a 4-time conference champion, 4-time state qualifier, 3-time state placer, and holds Johnston County's all-time high career wins in wrestling with an overall record of 159-22. Senior Franklin Melton of Clayton High medaled as well this winter at the state championships in the 170-pound weight class. Franklin is a 4-year starter at Clayton High with over 150 varsity wins himself, with 90 coming by the way of the pin. He is a 3-time state qualifier, and Franklin has multiple offers to wrestle in college and will be making a decision soon. We wish him luck. And for our last weight class, senior Caleb Beatty from Corinth Holders High is a 3-time state champion wrestler. Caleb is Johnston County's first 3-time state champion. Caleb is a high school All-American. He has been a 4-time conference champion, 4-time state qualifier, 3-time regional champion, and 4-time state placer. Caleb holds an impressive record of 113-10 with 85 consecutive wins recently. Caleb is attending American University next fall with plans to continue wrestling. Let's give all of our wrestlers a big round of applause. And also, now we're excited that even though basketball season has concluded, we have Dariana Howard here from Clayton High School. She's a senior. She's been selected for the prestigious Carolina Classic Basketball All-Star Game as a player. She's been a joy to watch over the past 4 years, the way she represents her school and her team. This game will feature the North Carolina All-Star team. Will play against the South Carolina All-Star team. The game will be played on March 25th, so just right around the corner at Hoggard High School. The game will tip off at 3 o'clock with the boys' game to follow. Dariana has been a 4-year starter at Clayton High. She was a 22-23 GNRC Player of the Year, averaging 18 points, grabbing 11 boards per game, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. So she was on the stat sheet just about everywhere. She was second-team All-District, and now she is signed with the University of Delaware. We wish you good luck in the contest and representing Johnston County and the state, but also on all your future endeavors. It was a joy the past 4 years to watch you play ball. Let's give her a round of applause. At this time, I'll introduce Ms. Caitlin Furr to go over the next set of recognitions. Thank you,
And
Board.
thank you, Mr. Blisco, thank you. We also invite parents as you're coming in, when your child is recognized, please feel free to come get behind us so you can take a really good picture, or staff, anybody who's here to be with these crowd. Please come back here and take a picture if you like.
He means it, so if you want to go, come on. All right, as they get settled, thank you, Mr. Plisco, and congratulations to our outstanding student athletes. Next, we'll have our character education students. Each month, the Johnston County Board of Education recognizes students who have exemplified good character in and outside of their school. We'll recognize each student and then have them come around and shake the board's hand. So if you're here for character ed, y'all come on around for me. First up is Miss Kaylee Benson, a 5th grade student at Powhatan Elementary, where Mr. Dan Kerwin is principal. Kaylee is being recognized for demonstrating courage. She is a natural leader and always has the courage to do the right thing in any situation. She demonstrates this trait daily, whether it is through her quiet hard work in class working with pre-K students, helping teachers, or leading her friends and fellow students to always make good choices. She sets the bar high for herself and others as they interact with her other students and faculty in work or play. Kaylee enjoys the challenge of working in groups to complete tasks and projects with high quality. She has high expectations for herself and strives to help others meet their own expectations as well. Congratulations, Kaylee. Congratulations, baby. Next is Alexis Graciano. Sorry, I gotta get the button to work for me. A 5th grade student at Riverwood Elementary, where Miss Lee White is principal. Alexis is being recognized for demonstrating compassion. He always shows care for other students and his teachers. He goes out of his way to help out in class, and he is truly a joy to teach. He cares deeply about others' feelings and is a friend to all. Recently, he realized his sister, a kindergarten student, was missing her library book. Alexis brought in money himself to pay her fine so that she could get another book. When he explained what had happened, the media specialist told him she would waive the fee, and Alexis again tried to pay the fine. When she insisted he keep his money, he was truly so appreciative. With tears in his eyes, he thanked her every time he saw her. He is the true embodiment of compassion. Congratulations, Alexis. That's a good big brother, baby. What's good news? She found the book, y'all. She found the book. Next is Jerron Jordan, an 8th grade student at Riverwood Middle, where Miss Monica Sawyer is principal. Jerron is being recognized for demonstrating self-discipline. He is a leader among his peers, being loved and respected by everyone, teachers and students alike. He has been on honor roll and principal's list student during each of his years at Riverwood Middle. He achieved principal's list for the first semester this year, earning no grade less than a 95. He currently serves as a member of the yearbook staff and president of the FFA and Beta Club, as well as president of the Greater Raleigh Kappa League. He can often be found helping his peers in math class and overheard encouraging positive behaviors in the hallways. He plans to attend Harvard University after high school and major in business administration and minor in finance. Congratulations, Jerron. Congratulations, baby. Next is Sarah Adarana Castillo, a 3rd grade student at Selma Elementary, where Miss Maritza Rosado is principal. Sarah is being recognized for demonstrating integrity. Sarah consistently thinks of the impacts of her actions on others and always tries her best to do the right thing. She intentionally chooses her actions based on making sure that everyone around her has an amazing day. She stays on task and works hard and will never hesitate to lend a helping hand to a classmate during recess or group work. She can always be counted on to tell the truth, no matter the situation, and she quickly accepts responsibility for her actions. If Sarah makes a mistake without hesitation, she reflects on how she can learn from the situation, and she uses the opportunity for growth and self-improvement. She gets along with her fellow students and shows a tremendous amount of respect. She's honest and straightforward without being rude or hurtful, and she's conscientious of her guides at all times. Congratulations, Sarah. Next. Oh, that is precious. Next is Miss Fernanda Bonilla, an 8th grade student at Selma Middle, where Mr. Stephen Baker is principal. She's being recognized for demonstrating self-discipline in the classroom. Fernanda is a quiet leader that enjoys learning. She advocates for herself and has set high goals for her future. Her perseverance in problem solving is seen daily when she attends extra practice sessions just to ensure she has mastered the daily learning targets. She is a natural group leader and works closely with her peers in all of her classes to ensure they also understand what is being taught. She is a member of all academic competition teams, which is Math Counts, Battle of the Books, and Science Olympiad, AVID, and National Junior Honor Society. She exemplifies the Selma Middle motto of learn more, do more, and to be more. She takes responsibility, respects herself and others, acts with integrity, and is committed to success, and always keeps safety in mind. Fernanda embodies multiple good character traits, and we highlight and celebrate her leadership and self-discipline. Congratulations. You're welcome. Next is Crystal Rivera Nunez, a 5th grade student at West Smithfield Elementary, where Mr. Derek McNeil is principal. Crystal is being recognized for demonstrating self-discipline. She exhibits self-discipline at all times, doing what she is expected to do inside and outside of the classroom, be it behaviorally or academically. She is very focused and attentive in class and makes sure that she learns the concepts being taught. She comes to school ready to learn, having her homework completed in a very timely and intelligent manner. Her school materials are very organized in a manner that she knows where to find each item. Crystal easily makes friends and knows when it's time to socialize and when it's time to study. She sets a good example to her schoolmates, communicates well with them, encourages and helps when others find learning difficult. She listens and pays attention to instructions at all times. Congratulations, Crystal. And last but not least is my new friend, A.D. Moore, an 8th grade student at 4 Oaks Middle. 8th grade student at 4 Oaks Middle, Mr. A.D. Moore, where Mr. Kenneth Bennett is interim principal. A.D., as he is affectionately called by his peers and students at 4 Oaks Middle, is being recognized for dependability. He has many great character traits, but dependability is the one that stands out the most. A.D. is a steadfast and reliable student. In his classes, he is attentive during instruction, works hard to complete assignments, helps his classmates during group tasks, and volunteers to help his teachers. He is conscientious about his grades and takes pride in his accomplishments. He is accountable for his actions in class and always offers a helping hand. He is always patient and has a pleasant attitude, greets everyone with kindness and a smile. Show them that smile. Y'all should have seen him cut it on for his picture. He was just sitting there and then just cut it on. It was perfect. He is a joy to have at school, and we know he has a wonderful future ahead of him. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, you go. And y'all follow behind her, baby. Congratulations. You are so short. You're so like tiny. I just want to give you a hug. She's so tiny. Yes, sir. Go right out that door. Couple more. All right. Next, we celebrate our school's. Oh, I forgot to give. Will you give this to AD? I was so focused on that smile, I forgot a certificate. Next up, we're celebrating our schools who recently received the Purple Star Award. So if you're here for the Purple Star Award, you feel free to come on up. North Carolina is home to a large population of active duty, Guard, Reserve, and veteran armed service members, and the state's public schools reflect that. In 2019, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction launched the Public Star Award initiative. This initiative recognizes the state's strong military presence and its support for military families. The Purple Star designation is awarded to schools that demonstrate military-friendly practices and a commitment to military students and families. JCPS Student Services staff put a commitment to highlighting the hard work that our schools are doing and work with a school representative from several schools to have them potentially receive this award. Lead school counselor Kim Luter and Executive Director of Student Services Dr. Amanda Allen assisted our schools with this process. This year, JCPS had 9 schools receive the Purple Star Award designation. Representatives from these schools are here with us tonight, along with Howard Lattimore, who is the state-level military consultant for NCDPI. Now I'd like to recognize our 9 schools, their principals, and those who helped with this process. We have Smithfield High with Principal David Allen and JROTC instructor Master Chief Matthew Deschamps. Did I do it right? Yes, yes, I'm right this every time. Princeton Middle High Principal Jarvis Ellis and schools counselor Maya McNeil. South Smithfield Elementary Interim Principal Ms. Kim Wellens and School Counselor Kim Cowan. McGee's Crossroads Elementary, Principal Lindsay Dunn and School Counselor Barbara Mercado. Cleveland High, Principal Jenna Salzhair and School Counselor Melanie Gillis. Swift Creek Middle, Dr. Carrie Evans, and School Counselor Felicia Rawls. Princeton Elementary, Principal Melissa Hurst and School Counselor Sarah Knackley. Corinth Holders Elementary, Principal Chad McGlam and School Counselor Ashley Melton. Benson Middle, Principal Dr. Dana Jernigan and Behavioral Interventionist James Norris. Congratulations to these schools. And Mr. Lattimore asked if he could share a few words with you this evening, and we definitely wanted to afford him that opportunity. So, Mr. Lattimore.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Lattimore, the State Military Consultant, and I bring greetings from Superintendent Truitt. Madam Chair, Superintendent Bracy, thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon, and congratulations to the 9 schools that will be receiving the Purple Star banner this year. And what did they have to do? I'm glad you asked, okay? First, they had to have a representative from their school, a point of contact from their school. And then they had to have an activity that they had to do at the school, maybe during Veterans Day, Month of Military Family, or Purple Up that's coming up. What's Purple Up Day? April 21st. April 21st is Purple Up Day. And they had to have a website with resources on their school websites to do this. And they have to have a transition program to help these military students transition in and transition out. And for a minute, I want to just show you the banner that they'll be receiving. It's a banner like this with 2023 on it when they get it, okay? So once again, congratulations to the 9 schools, and I'm going to challenge Ms. Luter, Dr. Allen, Dr. Bracy. I'm going to challenge you next year to double that, and within the next 3 years to have all 48 to 50 schools Purple Star designated. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. And the next group of individuals we want to recognize is not before you this evening, but that is because we're planning a big party in their honor, and you're gonna celebrate with them at a special banquet in April. And this is our 20 semifinalists for Teacher of the Year. And even though we're gonna have a celebration for them, we did not want to go without recognizing them before you. So the Flame for Learning Award is Johnston County's Teacher of the Year Award. The award recognizes outstanding creativity and innovation in the classroom, and nominees are selected strictly on merit without regard to school or residence. We have 16 schools represented in our 20 semifinalists this year. Those semifinalists are Colleen Bonner from West Johnston High, Paul Bradford from West Johnston High, Cheryl Brown from Riverdale Elementary, Talitha Crawford from West Smithfield Elementary, Brooke Daughtry from North Johnston High, Kimberly Drown from West Johnston High, Dorothy Dolly from West Johnston High, Jennifer Johnson from Swift Creek Middle, Linda Martin from Thanksgiving Elementary, Erin McGowan from Four Oaks Elementary, Jennifer Medlin from Riverwood Elementary, Sharon Miller from Cleveland High, Catherine Moore from East Clayton Elementary, Melissa Pierce from Cleveland High, Diana Pinuela from South Smithfield Elementary, Courtney Renfro from Cleveland Elementary, Nick Rotenberry from Polenta Elementary, Natalie Torres Urza from Cooper Elementary, Amy Wellbrook from Riverwood Middle, and Brandy Williams from Selma Elementary. And if you check out our Facebook or website, we spent a whole day traveling all around the county, recognizing these individuals. It was one of the funnest days I've ever had at my job, and I've had a lot of fun days. So be sure to share that out and look for that coverage. It was a great time, and we definitely congratulate them. And my last special recognition of the month for you all is our PLC of the month, which is a new endeavor put forth by our CIA department. And they've decided to recognize these folks at their schools. The PLC team said, we've got work to do. We want to work at school, so can we do that? So we recognize them at the school. And the PLC is the Professional Learning Community of the Month. And this new plan, as I said, was put forth by our CIA department. The PLC of the Month is an effort to expand the way we recognize teachers for great work that they do. One PLC will be selected in each grade span every month. Nominations can be placed by administration, elementary learning facilitators, curriculum coaches, and district support staff. The criteria used for the nominations have to be collaborative teams focused on student learning, positive disposition towards new learning and curriculum implementation, and developing strategies to build on strengths and address weaknesses, as well as being committed to continuous improvement. So the first ever kindergarten PLC of the month comes from Powhatan Elementary. This PLC works together to plan engaging hands-on lessons for their students. The team also participates in district curriculum resource writing. These rock stars launch their kindergartners off on the right foot for lifelong learning. Our next group is the 7th grade math PLC from Cleveland Middle. This PLC team has been eager to learn the new Envision math curriculum, and they learn the best ways to implement it and watch their students flourish. Weekly, this PLC team challenges each other to continue to grow in their mathematical depth of knowledge and pass along that growth to their students. And here you can see them at their special celebration at their school. And next is the Math 1 PLC at South Johnston High. This PLC has focused on leveraging data to inform instruction, has embraced the assistance of RTI to support math students, and has found ways to increase student voice and engagement in the Math 1 classroom. And these groups get a special celebration at their school site, as you saw, and each team received a letter of recognition from the county, special door signs for their classrooms, a cake, and $250 to purchase instructional supplies. So congratulations to those individuals. And next, I'll have Mr. Brian Betrano do our Employees of the Month.
Thank you, Ms. Furr. Good afternoon. Or evening. I know we're close to public comment time, but we have two wonderful employees I want to recognize this evening. First, Mr. Takaris Bodrick, if you'll join me, sir. As he's coming up, he's our classified Employee of the Month, and he is a custodian at Riverwood Elementary School. And there are not enough good words to describe how incredibly lucky they are at Riverwood Elementary School to have Mr. Takaris Bodrick, also known as Mr. T, caring for our school. Mr. T starts his day at 6 a.m. and leaves at 6 p.m. That's 12 hours. Despite everyone trying to talk him into lessening his hours, he does this because he takes such incredible pride in ensuring our school campus looks good and is safe for staff and students. Mr. T will never be heard complaining. No matter what he is asked to do or how many tasks he is asked to juggle, he does it with a smile. We have seen very few people who have the incredible work ethic Mr. T possesses. He is the epitome of hard work and self-motivation, is passionate and is kind, and they are so lucky to have him at Riverwood Elementary School. Mr. Bodrick, or Mr. T as they call you, thank you so much for what you do each and every day. Congratulations. And if you go ahead. Go ahead, Ryan. There you go, sir. And Ms. White, principal at Riverwood, was reminding me that Mr. T is what we call a floater custodian. So he goes where is needed, but they love him so much they keep keeping him there at Riverwood. So that's right. So he may be stationed there for much longer. Our certified employee of the month is Miss Amanda Dale. If you'll come join me. Her principal, Mr. Derek McNeil, is here as well. She is a teacher at West Smithfield Elementary School, and they had lots to say about you as well. I'm going to read a portion of that to the board. They shared that Miss Amanda Dale is the school improvement team leader at West Smithfield Elementary School. She is a leader who serves with a smile. We heard that with Mr. T. All right. She encourages collaborative leadership of her colleagues to lead throughout other school committees as well as with their grade level teams. She is a hard worker who dedicates her time and talents to ensure that the school is diligent, focused, and mindful of the school improvement team goals for continuous improvement. So in other words, you keep everyone on task, all right? She is open to opinions and dialogues respectfully with others to ensure that no problem is too small to be acknowledged. She recognizes and utilizes the strength of others and communicates her appreciation. She is definitely someone who is highly motivated to give whatever it takes to ensure the success and improvement of the school. Ms. Dale, thank you so much for what you do each and every day at West Smithfield Elementary School, and congratulations for being our Certified Employee of the Month. And if you walk around. Dale, thank you so much. For you, congratulations.
I'm running. The last thing I have for you all is the save the date. I love bringing these exciting dates back to you. Showcase of Stars was unfortunately had to be rescheduled last weekend due to a power outage. There are still tickets available for the 4 o'clock show, so if you can make it, please go. That's been rescheduled for Saturday, March 18th at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. at Johnston Community College's Tart Auditorium. We also have the JCPS Job Fair coming up on Saturday, April 15th from 9 to noon at West Johnston High School. Please spread the word about the best place to work in this state, which is Johnston County Public Schools. And we also have our Flame for Learning Award banquet coming up. It is a wonderful time. We hope to see you all there. It is at the Barn at Broad Slab on Tuesday, April 25th at 5:30. It's when we start serving appetizers and all, and we'll see you there.
And I will say that the Friday production of Showcase for Stars went off great. It was wonderful, wasn't it? They were phenomenal.
And Dr. Bracey's jokes brought the house down. Yes, sir. There was a transformer in the area.
But you know the power went out just as soon as he told those jokes.
He quite literally
you know
brought
that.
the house down.
I was there.
I saw the recording. I mean, it was great. I really laughed at him. I liked it. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. We'll now begin public comment. Welcome to each of you that are here. We're sorry you've had to wait a little bit longer than the agenda said, but we're grateful that you're here. We're going to start our public comments, and I just want to read a statement beforehand. Tonight we have 10 speakers that have signed up for public comments. Citizens who have signed up to address the board during the public comment session will be recognized in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to present comments to the board. However, the public comment session will not exceed 60 minutes, and we'll have time to finish, so don't worry. Total except for a majority vote of the board. The board suggests that specific personnel or student matters be addressed to the school principal, the Johnston County Public School System official responsible for the program or facility, or to the superintendent. Citizens who address the board shall not use language that is obscene, profane, threatening, contains fighting or inflammatory words, or otherwise disruptive to the orderly conduct of business. Any person who willfully interrupts, disrupts, or disturbs an official meeting and who, upon being directed to leave the meeting by the presiding officer, willfully refuses to leave the meeting may be found guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.17. Our first speaker for the night is Marjorie, is it Riddell?
Margie Rydell.
Rydell. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here before you tonight because I love teaching. I do not love what is currently happening in North Carolina. I'm here to ask you to be our voice. You can help us. School board members, cabinet members, Dr. Bracey, I want you to publicly declare tonight that North Carolina teachers deserve a raise and they need it now. I want you to publicly denounce the Pathways to Excellence merit pay plan and tell the General Assembly to kiss our salary guide. Kiss it. Keep it so simple. And finally give veteran teachers a raise. The teacher shortage is real and getting worse. Our state superintendent, Kathy Truitt, and the PEPSIC committee have cooked up a plan they are calling Pathways to Excellence, saying the teacher shortage is due to a licensure problem. I don't really see who this plan benefits except for the testing company. It is definitely not good for North Carolina, our teachers, or our students. Our children are no more than a test score to them. Teachers will be granted a raise or not based on these scores. The sum total of what I do in a school day, a school week, a school year, valued on whether or not a student meets a projected score. I find it very insulting because I'll tell you what this score does not show. It doesn't show me silently praying over my class every day during the moment of silence, praying for our safety as we are locked inside our classrooms, wearing keys for our classroom doors. The score doesn't show the extra hours I spend outside of the school day. I know that North Carolina can't really afford to pay me what I'm worth because you can't put a price on a teacher's heart for her students. If the General Assembly really cared about our children, they would value our teachers. Veteran teachers haven't had a significant pay raise in over 15 years. 15 years. Veteran teacher pay was higher in 2008 than in 2018. Media outlets say that the average teacher salary is $58,000, and I say that is pure malarkey. When North Carolina didn't pass a budget, teachers didn't get a raise. We've taught through the pandemic, and I was there face to face, and I was really happy to be. And when they finally gave us a raise 3 years later, my total raise was $34 a month. That's not a raise. Our pay is downright pitiful. That's why I've had a second job as a realtor for the last 7 years. I love teaching. I don't love my paycheck. North Carolina is a right-to-work state, and we are not allowed to form a union. I'm calling for a reverse strike. We need our school leadership, parents, all stakeholders to demand better for our teachers. Follow Union County Superintendent Andrew Houlihan's example, and like him, publicly denounce the merit pay plan. He's my hero. Dr. Bracy, you spoke at the Leading with the Heart reception saying education is the people business. We need you. Be our voice.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Medlin.
Good evening, and thank you for listening to Ms. Rydell and myself. We're both veteran educators who are passionate in our advocacy for students and teachers in this county and state. As Ms. Rydell referenced, the issues we perceive as negatively impacting our profession are mainly being pushed by the state legislature. And we've met with representatives from the General Assembly and from the state superintendent's office to outline our views on said issues and the numbers of teachers leaving our profession because of them. But obviously, we're just two teachers whose voices may have been impactful to whom we spoke, but whose talking points had no influence on policy. However, we've not been deterred in our efforts to advocate. We take it as if you don't ask, the answer's always no, and if you don't speak up, nothing ever happens. So that's why we're here before you, your stakeholders who do hold the positions and the platforms to possibly spark change at a higher level. We don't feel the Merit Pay Pathways program being pushed through the General Assembly is the optimal way to measure our success and fluctuate our salary as teachers. This plan emphasizes student scores on streamlined assessments, with so many of us already in favor of a higher emphasis on growth than on proficiency. I echo Ms. Rydell's plea and implore you as our board to denounce this plan. Its projected use of test scores and EVIS data as a major pathway towards salary bumps will likely lead to less collaboration between educators and more competition. This will negate the PLC philosophy of utilizing one another's strengths, working collaboratively for the good of the collective grade level and school populations, sharing materials, and teaching for, as cliche as it sounds, the outcome rather than the income. If instituted, this plan would likely dissuade educators from teaching in many Title I schools, schools in rural areas, schools with historically low grades due to trends of lower EOG data, and in certain exceptional children's teaching positions. These are the schools that need teachers who love what they do the most. The pathways to excellence outlined in this plan and dubbed pathways to exodus by some are bypassing the detours teachers take daily off of the main route towards teaching our kids. Non-instructional detours such as completing letters training, watching human trafficking online modules that are the same every year, completing quizzes on them, and putting copious amounts of data into a computer program, completing lengthy required online ESL, AIG, and EOG training modules, completing referral forms, routine communication. Many of these necessary detours must be taken outside of our 8:15 to 4:15 workday in order to be accomplished. We continue to try to clean these non-instructional items off of our ever-filling plates, even though the main and most important course should be delivering quality instruction to our kiddos. The Merit Pathways Plan lack of student enrollment cap number for 4th and 5th grades, and current salary issues are just some of the issues we feel are paramount and with which we implore you to help.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Brittany Booth.
Good evening. I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude and appreciation for Executive Director Hobgood and my personal favorite, Brooks Moore, and the Facility Services Department. Brooks has spent this year diligently improving our school and the grounds. He's taken the time to email and call me concerning issues that I have with our school's playground, and thanks to him and former Chairman Sutton, our new playgrounds are currently being installed. Things that our school's been waiting for the county to come in and fix for years is finally being addressed due to this department's hard work. To have an executive director like Mr. Hobgood that would take the time to come to our school, walk the grounds, and say, "How can I help?" is beyond extraordinary. However, once you step inside the school, you discover there is much work to be done, and it can't be done through facility services, or I'm sure they would already be on it. This work must be done by this board. Our elementary school has almost 1,000 students. Did you know that many times our cafeteria runs off of 2 people and at most 3? And this is mostly due to the ridiculous bus driving requirements. This means teachers must serve food off the front end of the line, help students open packages, and with the remaining 10 minutes of their lunch, they must answer bathroom questions. Once it's time to go, they clean tables and sweep floors, and this is every single day. I learned their so-called planning period during enhancement classes is regularly taken by meetings and required trainings. This week, I overheard 2 of our staff members talking about bus driving requirements that are once again being brought forward. They talked about how they were threatened with the loss of their jobs if they did not respond to and ultimately go in and drive a bus when they were called at 4 a.m. and expected to arrive at a bus by 6 a.m. Our school staff are ultimately receiving increasing workloads and expectations with no breaks or increase in pay in return. The list of those not planning to return to the field next year is increasing daily. You may think this isn't a big deal because there are new teachers graduating every year, but who's going to train and mentor these new teachers? You simply cannot replace the wisdom that comes from their experience. As someone who comes from a management background, I've learned that employees ultimately leave due to poor management, and you are the management here. There are only so many lunches and jeans days that our principals can offer to help build morale in our schools. We invite you to come to our school and see exactly what staff has to do on a daily basis. Shadow each position within the school and learn a new appreciation for what goes into a school day. I know many on the campaign trail go on and on about how you have to have an education background to be on the board, but I think the real issue here is so many of you are so far removed from the actual schools that you're here to represent that you have no idea how to even represent us. When's the last time you've been in a building that you were elected to represent? Did you take the time to ask them what they need or what they want, or did you simply tell them what you want? The days of passive parenting are over. We're done idly sitting by while you waste time and money on nonsense, while our teachers and staff are burning out and leaving by the droves. It's our students and our children who are ultimately paying the price. I know you didn't create this mess, but you can help fix it. Show us that you're worthy of the chairs that you sit in tonight. Be the person that walks into our schools and says, "How can I help?"
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Trish Malord. Did I say that right? My Lord. Sorry.
Hi, how are you guys? Hi, good evening. Comfortable, you have to be uncomfortable. I'm here as a voice for improvement. As a parent, growth in our community is important. However, growth in a school community is a wide project that includes all hands on deck. That not only includes us as parents, but the resources that only you as board members could provide. None of us should be against anyone's position or title, but let's let's put all of your titles and positions to the side for a moment. You have already been elected and chosen by the community. So the political race is done. But could we now run the race for the core values of our school communities, for the promises you all made when running your position? Could we focus on the importance of building a foundation for our children? When it comes to our children, everything starts at home, but when they go to school, their teachers become their role model, counselor, and confidant. But yet these teachers didn't further their education for so many unexpected positions, not only from their students, but from their employer, you. You can't expect these teachers to be the core of the community without your support. I challenged myself to ask, do you know what roles these teachers, staff, and students face on a daily? What resources are you willing to provide so you too could understand their position? Are you willing to be uncomfortable with your position to make a difference and a change, or are you sitting there for the title and position to build your resume? For once, could we all just stop worrying about status and focus on what is important? I stand firmly for reverse strike. Being in a county and state, coming from a county and state that supports this is beyond heartbreaking as a parent. I moved to North Carolina and Johnston County for a better educational support for my little children. I was excited to know that this state wasn't based on test scores. Coming from a state that does support this and having 2 adult children who endured the effects of this was very hard. Both my children suffer from test anxiety as well as PTSD from school. I, as a parent, experienced suicide attempts with them because of the pressures, never feeling they were good enough because they didn't meet school expectations. This system just doesn't work. The system will cause many disappointments and may cause children and teachers their lives. Are you, as a board, prepared for the accountability and the extra financial resources that you're going to have to provide for the schools? Please, as a parent, I beg you to keep this out of the schools, county, and state.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Brittany Ackley. Ackley, I'm sorry.
On February 7th, I emailed you regarding my son receiving extra support in the classroom. I received a response from one board member, so now I'm going to read you the email in hopes that you hear me now. We are writing to you today to discuss an urgent matter that needs to be addressed in our schools. We, like many parents, have a child in the EC program. Our son would greatly benefit from being able to have his registered behavior therapist allowed in the school to give him the extra support he needs. Every child is different in their needs, and our son needs someone with him at all times to keep him safe. With the staffing shortage, allowing therapists in the classroom will help students like my son reach their IEP goals and provide additional assistance. My son has a diagnosis of level 3 autism, global developmental delay, and sensory processing disorder. He also has high behaviors such as screaming, kicking, hitting, and self-harming due to limited speech and lack of communication skills. He's been on a modified schedule since he started school last year due to the behaviors, and we ultimately had to remove him from the school for his safety. We started ABA, and they worked on behaviors and provided the support and coping skills needed to de-escalate them. We geared his goals to ensure he would be successful when he returned to school. We fight every day for our son to get the basic education that he is entitled to. He is mastering education and behavior goals at home with his therapist, but this is not replicated at school. Having his therapist in the classroom would give him the opportunity to grow and attend a full school day. They would be able to provide the teacher with the help and assistance needed when managing his meltdowns and self-harming. Our son should receive the same level of education as every other student in the school, and right now JCPS is failing him and other EC students by not allowing them to receive this service. Surrounding counties have changed their policies to allow RBTs in the school, and we urge you to do the same. In the time since that email was sent, we've had to remove our son from the school for the second year due to safety. We have multiple incident reports documenting his self-harming behaviors. He comes home with bruises on him daily from thrashing around the classroom. And in 1 week alone, it was documented he hit his head 26 times. We no longer believe the classroom is a safe learning environment. JCPS Policy Code 4270 states, the board recognizes that concussions and other head injuries may be serious and potentially life-threatening, and that such injuries may result in serious consequences later in life if managed improperly. The board is committed to practices that reduce the potential for short and long-term effects of injuries. Staff are not trained to properly protect my son from receiving this injury. However, his therapist is. Safety and education should be your top priority, and right now, my son is not getting either.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Erica Hall.
Hi, everyone. I'm fearful for our vulnerable and neurodivergent student population. Children are getting their hair ripped out. A teacher's assistant has been caught screaming in a nonverbal student's face. As you just heard, a child banged their head on the ground 26 times. Another child eloped near train tracks. Another child was found in a nearby field. One child was sprayed with water over several months. The teacher's assistants admitted to using a spray bottle on a student who would hit his head so hard and so long that he would cause himself to bleed, and on another student who was lying in inappropriate locations that could be dangerous. So I only have one question. What are you going to do about it? These children are voiceless. You have parents that are advocating and begging for your help. They're pleading with the EC director for help. They're requesting meeting after meeting only to be redirected to someone else over and over again. Parents with students experiencing this should not have to wait weeks or months for an inadequate response or little to no resolution. It should absolutely disgust you that this is happening in Johnston County Public Schools. Fair isn't everyone getting the same thing. Fair is everyone getting what they need in order to be successful. This quote and image was shared by JCPS's very own EC director publicly on social media. In fairness, students who require an adapted curriculum, crisis intervention plans, and additional behavior support should be given those things without idleness, pushback, and instantaneous gridlock. So if EC students would prosper with specific accommodations, you must grant them that. Why are we not analyzing and utilizing all opportunities available to help them thrive? We already have a teacher shortage, so why are we not offering EC educators additional aids in the classroom for designated students that require extra care when it is covered by their parents' insurance or they pay out of pocket for it, and yet again, does not cost the school system a dime? It appears that this administration doesn't care, and they won't begin caring a little bit faster and a little bit more because EC students that are victims in these instances are not your children. So you need to help these parents. You need to help these students. You need to help these EC educators. Ignoring emails or copy and pasting emails is not the answer. So do you think the parents of these children don't talk to one another? Each family and student deserves different responses because each situation is unique. Redirecting because you are too busy or you don't care is not the answer. Safety was supposed to be JCPS's #1 priority, and you're failing. What's going to happen next? The child has to die before something changes?
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Livingston.
Tonight to speak on behalf of the special needs community. This community includes students, parents, and teachers. Working together, this community ensures that children with IEPs are serviced with the best possible accommodations and interventions. What should be meetings to collaborate with the school and the district to advocate for EC students have turned into hostile mediation with the county director. Parents and teachers that work with our most vulnerable population feel scorned, devalued, and powerless. Is it because the EC department previously failed an audit and now the priority is making IEPs devoid of any real accommodations that are proven effective? That would certainly make compliance easier. But where is the humanity in all of this? Where are the needs of the student protected by FAPE and IDEA really being honored in this? Can you even imagine how many times the parent of a child with special needs is told it can't be done or it's not possible by doctors and specialists? And now as their child is in school system that is entrusted to provide services and skills to make their child's life better, they are being told once again it cannot be done. I cannot imagine the devastating feeling of those parents. We need to ask why it cannot be done. The inconsistencies between who is told no and who is told yes are staggering. A more prominent family can push back and suddenly it's possible for a service or accommodation to be provided. Where is the logic in that? It is time for our EC department, namely the EC director, to step up and allow services and accommodations that are essential to the EC population to be provided. There has to be accountability for the turnover of special education teachers and paraprofessionals. Many of them have absolutely no support from the county. When they ask for support, it is met with hostility or flippant responses from the director. Teachers seek to provide targeted support they know their student needs instead of vague initiatives that seem to not match the student they are teaching. This county also needs to find a way to make initial evaluations and reevaluations happen faster. The wait time for initial evaluation is about 6 to 9 months. Reevaluations take up to a year. Some children have not been evaluated since the COVID closures. That means a student with special needs sits in a general education classroom with outdated, inaccurate, or just no accommodations for an entire school year before they can be evaluated or reevaluated. There are no words to express the devastation a parent feels when their child is not placed or supported correctly. Their children come home from school and beg not to go back. Therefore, I am charging this board with the task of finding a better way to take care of our precious, amazing, and very important students with special needs today and not another minute longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Amy Newton.
I was a teacher for 15 years. I have a master's degree in special education and a bachelor's degree in English education. Why did I leave? The answer is quite ironic. The county couldn't meet the needs of my autistic son, so I had to resign from my position as an EC teacher. Today I telecommute working in research and development in neurodevelopmental pediatrics. Guess what the crux of my job entails? Autism research and advocacy. Every day I speak with families who echo the same words. The school cannot meet my child's needs. Or, where are the special schools for kids with autism? The aforementioned situations can lead to due process hearings, often pertaining to our schools not providing FAPE. The perpetual cycle should tell us that the way we do business, not utilizing evidence-based best practices for autism such as ABA, will only continue to harm our students and the reputation of our schools. In the age of the internet, it seems that like-minded parents are banding together, and in some places, class actions are ensuing. The laws of IDEA and rights law are among the strongest laws in our country. All students, disabled or not, are legally entitled to an appropriate education. My son just started school after being stuck at home for 3 years. He regressed so much. Right now he attends school for only an hour a day in a class for students with emotional disturbances, not autism. This is unacceptable. Federal law says that school districts must offer the full continuum of placements for students, including a separate school. Where is our separate school? Our overcrowded, overstimulating schools cannot meet the needs of kids on the more severe end of the spectrum. A consideration of the environment is the most important thing. I was told a separate school could take years to build in our county. My son doesn't have years to wait. He will be in an institution by then. Why do we offer separate schools for neurotypical kids who without a separate school will still succeed in adulthood? Early College High, Innovations Academy. If my son isn't afforded an opportunity to attend a separate school to meet his needs with ABA-trained staff and sensory rooms, then he and many others in this county will end up in residential care. If I was the county leader and my inaction caused this trajectory for even one child, my conscience would never recover. I implore you to do the right thing. Allow ABA in our schools. For older students like my son who have thus far missed out on this opportunity to reach his potential, neuroplasticity is greatest in the early school years, then build a separate autism school.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Alan Hall.
All right, hello everyone. I will keep this short tonight. What I want to do is I wanted to tell some of you that are sitting behind that horseshoe tonight that you should be ashamed of yourselves. Shame on those who can't be bothered to respond to an email or draft a personal response to parents so they copy and paste the same verbiage to them. Shame on you, those of you who could make a difference but choose not to and pass the buck off to someone else. You would do well to remember you work for us. Shame on you that have refused to fight for the children who most need our help, that parents are forced to rely on only 3 people here: a manipulative racist, a homophobic bigot, and a misogynistic, narcissistic, disgraced former cop. With that said, Kevin, Michelle, and Ron, Thank you for your help.
And our last speaker is Kara McCarter. Did I say that right?
Okay. Good evening, board members. I wanted to speak tonight on behalf of those who can't speak for themselves. I have a 5-year-old little boy named Elliot, and he's nonverbal with autism. Elliot is completely dependent on those around him to function in his day-to-day life. And he's currently a kindergartner in a self-contained class with other students like him, whose needs are equally as demanding, if not more. Unfortunately, since he has started school, he has been repeatedly hurt by one of his classmates. He has been pushed, scratched, bitten, shoved, and most recently had a fist full of his hair ripped from his scalp. I do not blame his teachers or his principal. They are phenomenal educators and adore their students. But the fact remains that no matter how much they care for them, anytime they turn their back, my son is getting hurt. This is why I'm requesting a new policy that would allow for outside therapists to come into the school and act as a one-to-one aid for our children. They are paid for by our insurance company and would be free support for our staff and students. But we have been told no because NCDPI recommends against it. However, their policies online say nothing of that nature and actually leave it up to the district to decide. One thing that is written in their policies is that every child has their own individual needs and their own individual requirements to meet those needs. Several districts inside North Carolina have already implemented this accommodation, including Harnett County, Sampson County, Davidson County, among others. So I don't know why we are being led to believe that this isn't possible in ours. Another reason we are told that our request is being denied is because the ABA therapist could take away from the students' learning time and IEP goals. We're not asking for ABA to take place during the school hours. We're asking for them to work alongside our child and help them reach their IEP goals. Because the fact of the matter is my son can't reach his goals if he's constantly being hurt while he's in his class. Also, I know some parents choose not to enroll their child in ABA and may worry that their student might have this therapy applied to them while at school. However, their therapists are only legally allowed to work with the child they are assigned to, and so parents can rest assured that their requests will continue to be respected. They also go through extensive background checks, similar to our level 2 volunteers who are allowed in the classrooms, and all liability coverage is done through their employer, not at the expense of our schools. Thank you to those who have taken the time to respond to me, and I hope you will consider updating our policies for these children.
Thank you so much. That concludes our public comments for tonight. We appreciate each one of you who took the time out to put your thoughts together and come and share them with us. It means a great deal to us. It allows us to hear your voice and the voice of your children. And we thank each one of you for being here.
Leaders, we're incessantly using cell phones, and it's really hard to listen to speakers and be reading emails or whatever. So I would appreciate it if moving forward, we respect speakers within the community and give them our undivided attention. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick break, maybe 5-minute break, a little more than 5 minutes. We don't tend to do good on 5 minutes, and we'll come back and reconvene the meeting. Again, thank all of you for being here. We are at number 7, which is our JCC Board of Trustee vacancy. This is a vacancy created by the resignation of Benton Sorry, as he was elected to the North Carolina Senate. This term will end in 2023, but we have the honor of nominating and voting on someone to fulfill the rest of his term for this year. So I will open the floor for nominations for the Board of Trustee, JCC Board of Trustee vacancy.
I nominate Reed Williams.
Second.
Okay, I have a nomination of Reed Williams and a second by Mr. Donovan. Any discussion? Do I have any other nominations for the JCC Board of Trustee vacancy? Okay, I'll ask for a...
So let's say one for the benefit of the public to understand that this nominee has already been working with the community college and the school systems. I believe they're developing a new career center that has been in some years making. They're fixing to build, and has done a lot of work, has a lot of connections within all of our agencies in the county, and as a representative for us would really put us in a good position to be in at the very beginning of all of these programs that are coming. I think we already are, but I think it's a great candidate.
I would ask for a motion to close the nominations for the Board of Trustee vacancy. And a second? Carol. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move forward to vote on Mr. Reed Williams as to fill the vacancy for the Board of Trustees. So all those in favor, would you indicate by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye as well, 7-0. Thank you. All right, we will go now into our updates of our board committees. I'll start with Finance.
Madam Chair, I will, we did have a finance committee late February, and we talked about recruiting and retention, some incentives for recruiting and retention of our employees, facility needs, budget priorities. Though I will leave my time for Mr. Britt, Dr. Pierce, and Mr. Brooks Moore to their presentations that we're going to talk about all the things that we went over in our finance committee. So you will hear all of that tonight.
Thank you. Legal committee, anything, Mr. Carroll?
No report.
Policy committee, Mr. Tippett.
Okay, we may have we met February 16th. We did look at a few policies, not to make any revisions, just to put them in line with the policy codes, policy numbers to match our state. I will say that just for the public's, just for public information, and Dr. Pierce may continue with that, there are a couple of policies that we will look at revising. Now, one of those is the dress code policy, which we have in the packet now to just approve, basically just for the numbers' sake. Now, we're also looking at that. Obviously, that's going to garner lots of comments. So the last meeting, we asked Dr. Pierce to get a list of surrounding counties similar to us for that. What we will do is share those with the committee members, the link with all the different counties, so you can go and look at different policies. So as we look at ours, dress code policy as well as student code of conduct, we have some examples from other counties, and we'll make sure that we get those to all the board members, because we haven't started that revision yet. Like I said, all we've done is just change, all we're asking for tonight is just approval to change the numbers, the codes. And then we'll get those two policies we'll be looking at the next few months, with a goal to have that ready by July 1st for our information for our students for our new school year. So again, that will be given to the board, all of our board members. I remind the public, it's all there. That's on the website. Please go to the website. You can leave your comments. Dr. Pierce will gather those comments, bring them to the committee, as well as the rest of the board members. We'll have that input as well. You can give it to any board member, give it to anybody, anyone on the committee. to Dr. Pierce so that we can do that, and we, as we begin to make revisions. Again, those are two of the probably most prominent ones that people have lots of comments for, and rightfully so. So that's coming very quickly, and to the other board members that are on the committee, that's where we are. That's what we're looking to do with it. We're going to meet Thursday, and then we'll send that out so you have the link to all those other policies to look at and make suggestions.
Thank you. Bond Committee, Mr. Carroll, anything?
No, I don't think so this time. I think we were maybe kicked it to the Finance Committee.
Legislative Committee.
We had, the first thing that we spent a lot of time on in legislative was the calendar discussions. That's going to be presented tonight. We have very little control over calendar. We have a General House Bill, HB 86, that moved from the General Assembly over to the Senate, and it's in the Rules Committee. And unfortunately, in the Senate, Senator Rabin from Brunswick County probably will not act on that calendar flexibility bill. He and Senator Berger from Rockingham County, and if there's anyone out there listening from Brunswick, New Hanover, or Rockingham County, I'd petition you to please get a hold of those two gentlemen and ask them for a change of heart on that. So there's very little that we can do, although we did have that general bill move forward. Our Representative Strickland and Penny also did a local bill for us, but again, it will get caught up in the Rules Committee over at the Senate, and it won't move forward, unfortunately. So as parents see the calendars come out and they're unhappy about that, please understand that we would love to change that. It is going to take you getting in front of some of these legislators as well to make that happen. We were going to get a letter together and a resolution together and sent that over to Mr. Berger's office. I spoke with Benton Sorry, and he said he would personally take that over for us. He is also favors the flexibility for our district. We then went on to Teacher Pathway. We understand that there's going to be possible pilot programs, and we discussed how that is going to possibly affect Johnston County schools. I believe that there was consensus on the committee that we are not in favor of Teacher Pathway. We kind of echo the sentiments of the speakers tonight. It is overbearing. It is a process that is unfair to the experienced teacher. It does nothing to deal with the 10-year gap of pay for our experienced teachers, and we, as a committee, are not in favor of that, and we will look at a resolution towards putting something forward to our DPI and General Assembly on that issue. We had a legislative update regarding the fines and forfeitures. We had a legislative breakfast that was planned for this week. We ended up postponing because of some scheduling issues, and we discussed the three main issues that we want to discuss with our legislators. And our next legislative committee meeting is going to be March 23rd at 9 a.m., and we hope that the public will join us.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move into advisory appointments. Ms. Anton, Riverwood Middle.
With the board's approval, I recommend the following members for advisory at Riverwood Middle School: Loretta Webb, Robin Galicchio, Marisa Smith, for a 3-year term from 2022 to 2025.
Okay, I'll use that as our first motion. And Smithfield Middle, Mr. Johnston.
Principal LaShonda Faison is recommending longtime member Janita Rogers to a reappointment to the Parent Advisory Committee. She began her appointment in 2012. We're seeking a reappointment from 2022 to 2025.
Okay. I'll use that as our second, if that's okay. All those in favor of these appointments, would you indicate by saying aye?
Aye.
7-0. All right, we'll move into our Superintendent's report. Dr. Bracy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at this time I ask that the board approve consent items numbers 1 through 8.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving items 1 through 8 of the superintendent's report, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-0. Dr. King.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, board members. For the last few months, my time with you has been short, and I have heard your hue and cry to spend more time with me, and we will oblige this evening. We have several rather lengthy items for you this evening, and I beg your indulgence. We'll start this evening with an information item, which is Care Solace. Care Solace is a warm handoff referral service that connects students, staff, and families with requested mental health support. This service helps to triage each referral to determine the level of support needed. Care Solace team then reaches out to mental health providers who can meet the needs of the request. This takes out a significant number of steps for staff and families who may not be familiar with providers who can meet their needs and are able to take their insurance or lack thereof. Board members, we are advising you this evening that we have entered a contract with Care Solace for the remainder of this school year at a cost of $50,667. We will evaluate their work and the ability that they show us to meet this very critical need. And if we determine that it is a program that is useful and beneficial to our community, we'll come back to you and ask you to help us find the money to continue our relationship with this organization. We used a special allotment of ESSER funding focused for mental health services to fund this program this year for the remainder of this year. I think when we talked about this last week, we had 5 referrals. Please note that I think at this point we have 31 referrals. And
then if you want to see phone calls made, 164, and emails and texts sent for us, 306.
awesome. So very clearly, they have so far been about their business and appear to be very quickly moving about the business of connecting our families with the supports that they require for their well-being. So we'll continue to keep you posted in terms of how that process works. Be glad to answer any questions you might have about Care Solace at this point.
We're grateful for this resource for our students and our families.
Dr. King, real quick, for the parents that haven't read it yet online, could you explain just what Care Solace is?
So just very briefly, Care Solace is a warm handoff company. Basically, what they are is a company that has access to various and sundry mental health provider agencies, both locally and around the country. Generally, when a child or a family or an individual decides or is advised that they need to receive some sort of services related to their mental health, that family is kind of at the will of who they can contact directly, who they might know, friends that they might know who can connect them to service providers. In areas like ours, particularly in a relatively rural area in North Carolina, that can be particularly challenging because we don't have the volume of mental health providers that might be in a larger, more urban area. The benefit of Care Solace is that they have access to both local providers and providers on a wider scale so that families can take advantage of resources that are provided maybe through virtual means or maybe even might be able to drive, maybe if an agency is in Raleigh or Durham or closer. But basically what happens is a family or a student identifies a need. We, with the permission of the family, load their information into this system, and that information is limited. We simply load their contact information and what they seek. The Care Solace team then reaches out to the family, interacts with them about what they need, the kinds of services they seek, where they're interested in having those services provided. They then go out and identify service providers that connect to the needs that those families have identified. The service can be accessed on our website by families independent of our staff, or our staff members can assist families who need assistance in loading their students' information or their families' information into the system.
It's also important to note that our employees are also included in the Care Soleil's program, and so our our staff members can access that information as well. What's important to also note is that we maintain the appropriate level of confidentiality. Care Soleil will communicate with us as to whether or not they have been able to match our families with an appropriate provider, but that is the end of the information that we have about that information. And we do not receive any information about staff members who reach out for the program. So they only communicate with us about matches of families or students whom we have entered as a need. And again, that communication is just that they've made the match. I hope that's clear enough.
I when this was brought to us, I asked Amanda Allen if she would have the ability to find or see if they can match families that need a sliding scale payment or can't afford that co-payment of $75 or $100 a week for therapy. And she indicated that she would be able to do that to meet some of the greater needs. So I was very, very pleased to hear that.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. All right, board members, our next item will not be so short. It is our social studies curriculum adoption. I am pleased, board members, this evening to introduce you to Ms. Mackenzie Yarborough, our Director of Curriculum and Director of Curriculum for English Language Arts and Social Studies. Ms. Yarborough has directed our work over the last really year and a half since the state of North Carolina revised the social studies standards to identify and bring to us and you a recommendation for the purchase of appropriate social studies curriculum and resources. This evening, Ms. Yarborough will walk you through the process that we followed to identify those resources, and at the end of her presentation, we'll share with you our CIA recommendation relative to social studies curriculum adoption.
All right, good evening, board members, Dr. Bracey. I appreciate the opportunity to be here to provide some information and an update on our social studies curriculum and our process and recommendation regarding these core curriculum materials. So we have our recommendation for you. And over the past year and a half, like Dr. King said, we have gone through a process with our Guaranteed and Viable Curriculum Committee to recommend the best balanced choice for curriculum. So we begin with our definition of what core instruction is from our Department of Public Instruction. You may recognize this definition of core curriculum from our math adoption and our ELA adoptions. It is the same, but as you know, the North Carolina State Board of Education adopts a standard course of study, and it's our district's responsibility to ensure that every student has access to a core curriculum that upholds these standards. And so our core, or our tier 1, is our baseline. Everyone has access to this core curriculum. It is not a one-size-fits-all approach, though. We do differentiate within. So we began our process with our Guaranteed and Viable Curriculum Committee, which consisted of the Curriculum Instruction and Accountability team members, and we came up with our goals. We wanted to adopt a K-12 social studies curriculum and resources that were based on research-based criteria that best met the needs of our students and teachers in Johnston County Public Schools. We also wanted to adopt for a 5-year adoption, similar to our math and ELA. The curriculum committee, the Guaranteed and Viable Curriculum Committee, met to begin by looking at different curriculum that other districts near to us were using. We looked at what teachers and students were already using in the classroom, and we developed a rubric of our non-negotiables, and we used these non-negotiables to look at the curriculum materials that were suggested. We put out an inquiry where curriculum companies were able to submit their curriculum, And we looked at our non-negotiable criteria, which included alignment to our standards. We looked at 80% alignment to the standards. We looked at focus, which was that our curriculum and resources represented a global and multicultural perspective across American and world history. We looked at coherence. We wanted big ideas to spiral kindergarten into 12th grade. We looked at rigor and balance. We wanted our materials to promote inquiry, critical thinking, and problem solving with our students. We wanted lessons that were relevant to our students' time, and we looked at equity. In looking at equity, we looked at materials that provided opportunities for acceleration and remediation for all of our students, and we looked for multiple perspectives being represented within our curriculum, and that the curriculum represented a balance of groups. Once we had these non-negotiable these non-negotiable criteria, we had our companies come in and do presentations for our Guaranteed and Viable Curriculum Committee, as well as other members of a committee that included principals, school leaders. We also included curriculum coaches who had social studies experience. And then we looked at our the rest of our rubric, and we narrowed down our choices for our teachers to be able to pilot. Our teachers were asked to pilot. Principals indicated that they wanted interest. Teachers indicated interest in piloting. And then we asked all teachers to come in for a vendor fair in which they were able to speak with members of the curriculum companies, and they were able to see the materials. Following this, we asked for teacher feedback, and through that teacher feedback, our Guaranteed and Viable Curriculum Committee went through a decision analysis in which we have recommended our best balanced choices. In elementary, you will see that we would recommend that our K-3 classrooms use McGraw-Hill Impact, our 4-5 classrooms use Studies Weekly, our middle schools in 6-8 use McGraw-Hill Impact with Actively Learn and DBQ Project, and our high schools for American history, world history, civic literacy use McGraw-Hill Impact with Actively Learn and DBQ projects similar to 6-8. And our economics and personal finance course use Virtual Economics 5.0 and DBQ project. The reason for this being our best balanced choices are that McGraw-Hill Impact was the highest score in all 3 grade bands. Studies Weekly addressed the North Carolina history, which aligns to 4th grade, which was not addressed in McGraw-Hill Impact. DBQ was favored in the area of inquiry and will be a good supplemental resource for McGraw-Hill Impact for 6-12, and for Virtual Economics 5.0, it addresses the economics and personal finance standards most effectively. As we went through these curriculum and made this decision, we had a couple of things in mind. We wanted these curriculum materials to align with our content strands as well as inquiry. We thought about our students, our social studies students in Johnston County Public Schools, and we wanted to make sure that our social studies classes help to develop citizenship and that they enable students to analyze information, to make informed decisions, to take informed action. Our content strands, you can see here, these are our current content strands that align to our standards. The strands and its standards objective tell us the lens through which a student should examine an event or a concept. There is also an inquiry strand if you look at our new standards, and we considered that as well. So you can see some comments from our teachers. Our teachers in their feedback said that this resource will allow students to do the real work of historians and improve their writing skills. They liked the primary and secondary sources. And they also said that the students in a pilot group loved the People You Should Know section of the research companion. Inquiry was a big component of what we were looking for as we thought about our social studies students. Our curricular resources, we recommend that students use the inquiry model of instruction. This allows our students to make informed decisions, to think critically and ask questions to make an impact in our society, and allows students to grapple with a driving question as they read and analyze primary and secondary sources to take ownership of their own learning. Our teachers said that If we're serious about inquiry, that DBQ project is the best, which is why we would recommend that to be a supplemental resource to McGraw-Hill Impact. And that DBQ is inquiry-based and requires reading and writing skills, which are the primary skills needed for analysis of historical resources. McGraw-Hill has a plethora of primary and secondary sources that are well organized and user-friendly. So students are placed at the center of learning, and they are forming their own opinions. We also heard from our teachers that the recommendation of our resources include differentiation and support, which was really important to us because, like we said at the beginning, this is a Tier 1 resource, but we want to make sure that all of our students have access. So you can see what our teachers have said in their feedback. So in conclusion, we recommend these resources as our best balanced choice for social studies curriculum.
I'm lost in the presentation. It's so good. It's a lot of information. Did you have anything else to say, Dr. King?
Board members, I just wanted to tell you what it's going to cost if you'd like to know. At this moment, the CIA team recommends and requests permission to pursue contracts with the mentioned book companies and providers for a 5-year period for social studies and social studies curriculum at a cost of approximately $3,779,946.46.
This isn't. This is an action item. Do I have a motion to accept this?
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Donovan. Now discussion.
Dr. King, real quick, I think one of the issues that we talked about was I think all of the high schools, we were doing it without a book, without a classroom set. I'm still concerned that we don't have a classroom set of high school. And I understand, I think we all told that the high school teachers didn't want that. But I've been in the classroom before and I know some students need that. And I would rather get it done now. I know we're adding to the cost. But did we check on how much that classroom set would cost? You got that?
We did indeed.
And wasn't there a check on classroom set for middle school? Did you ask about that?
Yep, so we have
okay.
a cost that would add print hardback research companions for our elementary students, print hardback for every student in middle school, and the print hardback and the inquiry journal for our high school courses. And so that number is $4,847,532.34.
Is that for a class set or for individuals?
For individuals, that includes every student having those hardback copies.
Okay.
And both middle school and our high school.
Is that $4 million in addition?
No, that would be our
that's
total cost.
Okay.
Yep.
Additional million.
Yep.
I was having a heart attack over here, and I wasn't even going to look at Mr. Britt. But now, okay, so that, I just want to make sure I understand this. That was an individual book for every elementary, middle, and high school student in Johnston County.
Correct. Middle and high.
Middle and high, because
elementary.
Oh,
Yep,
okay,
the
because you
research
had
companion for elementary
in
as
this
well.
in this proposal, you have a classroom set for elementary. Am I correct?
Correct.
Did you have a classroom set in the middle school proposal?
So the interesting thing with McGraw-Hill is that when we purchase a classroom set, the price is a little higher because it comes in a bundle with the inquiry journals where we're not doing an additional purchase of class sets outside of a bundle. So they have a bundle that does not include the hardback book for every student, and then they have a bundle plus that does. So the price is a little less to get every student a book rather than a class set. So what I've included in this additional proposal is the whole class, or so for individual students to receive the book because it's cheaper.
I knew we had talked about that at that meeting, about at least a classroom set for everyone, but you've come back with one for
And
every.
it ends up that it's cheaper to do for each student rather than a class because you're kind of piecing something together.
And
Just at the middle school.
But high school as well.
And these books would last through, I mean, we're looking at a 5-year spend here, so they'll last through 5 years.
Correct, with the inquiry journal being purchased every year as a consumable resource for students.
And that's about a $1.1 million up charge on that.
Correct.
So you're looking about $220,000 a year extra to have the materials in the kids' hands for K-12.
Correct.
And I think the other thing, just so everybody knows, I think the books were on an app, so you did not have to have internet service. So I mean, that's why I asked about a class set. So I'm not opposed to either, whatever we think we need, but I think we at least need to have a class set for some of those students that need the textbook in their hand.
And she just said the class set is more expensive than having a book for every student.
And one of the issues when we talked about a class set is, especially in our high schools, is some of our social studies teachers are on carts. So they would have to carry the class set to every place where they teach, because many social studies teachers move from classroom to classroom. So the student having his own would be easier for the teacher.
Mr. Britt, it sounds like we want books. How can we make it work? All right. If that's true, I'll make a motion that we buy the books.
So you're gonna amend the motion?
So can you give us that a price again? I think I got part of it, but I'm not sure I got all of it.
It's $4,847,532.34.
I will amend my motion to the new cost of every student having a book.
Do I have a second for the amendment to the motion?
Second.
Okay, so the motion is, okay, any other discussion?
I think the cost per year over the 5 years is well worth having a book in every student's hand. We're talking about 37,000 students that are going to be impacted by this. And we know that some learners just don't do well with a screen. In fact, we just sat in a room full of students that told us how they didn't want screens in front of them. They want textbooks. They want that paper and pencil. So although it is more money, we need to focus on the fundamentals, and this is about as fundamental as it gets in terms of having curriculum in the hands of teachers and students.
Okay, I do have a question for Mr. Britt. Would this be something that we would pay for all at one time, or would we try to, I'll leave that up to you. You can bring that to us on a budget amendment.
Normally how we work with textbooks.
Okay.
Sometimes they're payment plans, but when you do payment plans, it tends to increase the cost.
Okay,
There's a
okay.
time value of money.
Just checking since we were raising it $1 million.
I think we need to mention as well that the curriculum staff had a beautiful presentation for the board members to attend, leaf through everything, check out every textbook, explore everything, and as far as content, I found this to be highly acceptable and would do a good job instructing our students in what I saw, and I hope that the other board members had an opportunity to or can make their experience known.
Yeah, it was a great presentation. We appreciate, this is not an easy task what you have done, and it didn't happen in just a few weeks. It's happened over the course of months, and we appreciate I loved it when you started with the core, because if you know anything about MTSS or RTI, it's the core. That's what we have to address, is what are we teaching every day to kids. And so I appreciate that, but we appreciate the time you gave us and that opportunity. So we have a motion and a second. In an amended motion to accept the new figure of $4,847,532.34 as the cost for our social studies curriculum K-12. So I'll ask all those in favor to please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
7-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Yarborough, and please expect to be invited back to all board meetings from now on. When you come, I get an additional $1 million worth of resources. Tell you what. All right, board members, at this time, we're going to ask Ms. Yarborough to come back up with Ms. Christy Stevenson, our Accountability and Program Officer, and Mr. Kevin Daughtry. And they're going to be talking to us this afternoon about our program to introduce AVID as a district-wide program. This evening, we'll really be talking about this opportunity. What it's really about is the opportunity to create a level of guaranteed quality education for all of our students across the district. The way school districts do that at best is by implementing and identifying what we like to call an instructional framework. And what an instructional framework does is that it identifies high-quality instructional strategies and structures that are implemented in every school across the school district, so as to guarantee parents that their students receive a high-quality education no matter what school they're in across the district. This evening, we're going to be talking about how we would use the AVID Career and College Readiness Framework as our instructional framework in Johnston County Public Schools. So at this time, I'll introduce Ms. Stevenson, our Accountability and Program Officer, and Mr. Kevin Daughtry, our Director of Special Programs.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Bracy. So as we talk about AVID, AVID stands for the Advancement via Individual Determination. So AVID is a system of support which includes an elective course geared towards supporting students and giving them the tools that they need to be successful while in middle school and high school, and it equips them to be successful when they go off to college or in their careers after high school. Students self-apply to the AVID elective as a sixth grader and are selected based off of a set of criteria, and that criteria includes like first-generation college goers, underrepresented groups in colleges or universities, or students that just have that determination to want to be successful. Currently, we have 11 AVID schools in our district, and the AVID elective is representative of the school's population. The AVID elective supplements what should be happening in rigorous courses. It offers the students tools and strategies for learning that can help them be successful. It offers layered and scaffolded support to students who are determined to prepare themselves for opportunities following graduation. In March of last year, we finished up a review of several of our special programs, and one of those were our AVID program. And our general findings there, both at the middle and high school, we found that on average, our AVID students outperformed their non-AVID peers on both our NWA MAP growth assessment, which is our universal benchmark assessment that we use in the county, as well as on the end of grade summative assessments. At the high school, we also found that students that were enrolled in the AVID elective on the ACT that they take at the state administration in 11th grade, they also outperformed their non-AVID peers. Expectation of AVID students is that they enroll in more rigorous honors level type classes. So this could be an honors class, an AP class, IB, career and college promise classes. And what we found there too was that AVID students that enrollment was increasing as well. So based off of our review, basically two recommendations came from that. One was to adopt the AVID College and Career Readiness Framework district-wide. A common framework will give us that student success element that we're looking at and reduce the variability from school to school. It will also bring us a cohesive professional development plan and training in the use of AVID Wicker strategies. Now, Wicker stands for Writing, Inquiry, Collaboration, Organization, and Reading. These are high-leverage instructional practices. In our recent accreditation review, which also occurred last year, that external review team noted that in our county, effective instructional practices were not yet systematic, and that our staff needs support in utilizing high-yield instructional strategies. The AVID framework will bring that to us. They also recommended that we move from a teacher-centric learning culture to more of a student-centric. Again, thinking about inquiry and accessing rigor, the AVID framework will help support us in that. Additionally, if we are going to implement AVID effectively, we need to identify sustainable funding sources. So that is also part of this presentation tonight. When we think about our Johnston County Schools goal, we know that by the end of the 23-24 year that we want 100% of our schools reaching that school performance grade of an A, B, or C. So we've got high expectations set, high academic expectations. How are we going to accomplish that? Well, we have said that we foster a culture in which staff are analyzing student data, they're reflecting on their practice, they're collaborating with their peers, they're incorporating best practice teaching strategies to ensure high levels of learning and increased student achievement is there for all students. Why are we doing that? Students are at the center of all of this. We want our students prepared when they leave our doors in high school, prepared for college, a career, enlistment in the military. We want them prepared. When we think about what AVID's mission is, AVID's mission is aligned with ours. Their mission is to close the opportunity gap by preparing all students for college and career readiness success in a global society. Making sure that students are, again, prepared when they walk out our doors. How do they do this? Through scaffolded support that educators and students, so both educators and students, need to encourage that college and career readiness. So when districts partner with AVID, that we receive professional development, a suite of resources, and ongoing support to ensure that we have a lasting impact that maximizes the return on our investment. So AVID's not one more thing on the plate. It's not one more thing to do, but instead it aligns with our goals, what we're trying to accomplish in order to accelerate, enhance the work that is already happening within our district. So here is a sample of how this scaffolded support is there. So notice it's so that all students can reach levels of rigor. So starting at the early elementary level, when students are emerging as learners, they're developing those inquiry skills. It's a student-centric culture. It's one in which students are asking questions. And then as they progress to the upper elementary, it's equipping students to become independent learners. And then as we move into middle and high school, them becoming more independent thinkers. We want our students to be able to reason and think critically and be problem solvers. So how will this be accomplished? Through the career and college readiness framework that Mr. Daughtry will speak to now.
Good evening. I have the task of trying to explain this infographic to you, and I hope I do it justice. And I'm going to read a lot because there's a lot to it. AVID's College and Career Readiness Framework identifies 4 common elements that contribute to a school's and students' success. And when AVID exists on a campus or in a district, it begins to impact instruction, leadership, systems, and culture that are in place. Those 4 common elements are represented in the 4 balanced gray boxes in the background of this framework. Working together, these elements can create a thriving learning culture that prepares students for success. Now, the foundation for thriving learning cultures is a supportive community built on respect, trust, and authenticity, pulling in the same direction. We call this relational capacity, and it exists student to student, educator to educator, and educator to student. This foundation appears in the framework in yellow that grounds what students need to know and what educators need to do in order for students to reach their full potential. The framework defines 3 things that students need in order to be successful: rigorous academic preparedness, opportunity knowledge, and student agency. These are located in the top portion of the triangle in the lighter blue. Rigorous academic preparedness means that students are academically prepared for whatever route they choose after high school. Opportunity knowledge means that students know what comes after high school, have researched opportunities, have set goals, and are making choices for their long-term aspirations. Student agency, which is in the middle of that triangle, means that students are equipped with confidence and knowledge to act intentionally, to build relationships, to persist through obstacles, and activate their learned skills to reach their potential. Empowered to advocate for themselves and their educational needs. And once we know what students need, we then turn to what educators need to do to give students what they need. AVID identifies in this framework 4 impactful practices. They're located at the base of the triangle in the darker blue. Adults insist on rigor by providing challenging and engaging learning experiences to develop greater ownership of their own learning through increasingly complex levels of understanding, which is part of our definition of rigor. Working with school administrators, we have already adopted that common definition for rigor in the county, and we've examined and are currently examining and exploring rigorous content area curriculums. 2, adults also break down barriers, eliminating structural and perceptual barriers that may prevent students from accessing rigor, ensuring that classrooms and schools, policies and practices allow all students to be successful. 3, we align our work. We adopt a common language. We align our policies, practices, and beliefs to the shared vision of all students being ready for the future for whatever possibilities await them. And we focus on common goals for our work in our district, our schools, our PLCs within our schools. And the 4th thing we do is we advocate for students, particularly when they have not yet learned to advocate for themselves, but also supporting them when they do advocate for themselves. Supporting students in challenging policies, practices, or beliefs that limit any student's potential. So collective educator agency results from educators taking intentional actions like those listed in What Educators Do, based on the belief in their ability to develop their own commitment, knowledge, and skills to increase opportunity and relational capacity for students and colleagues. When educators work together to take intentional actions based on shared beliefs, they exhibit collective educator agency to increase opportunity and measurable success for all students and each other. This framework, which fosters a culture where students and educators practice individual and collective agency to prepare students for college and career readiness, is literally the vision that we have for our district and will help us to align our already existing work and our goals by offering a common language, a common vision for how we do what we do and why we do it. Currently, we have 11 AVID schools. Now, the misconception is that if we become an AVID district or we go district-wide with AVID, the common misconception is that every school then becomes an AVID certified site and has to go through a process of remaining an AVID school. That is not correct. What it means is we want to offer for our students a continuum of support. And you can see in the middle column that we have 7 middle schools that are in white font. Those 7 middle schools currently only have 2 options for AVID if they continue on when they leave middle school. Those 2 schools are Triple S, which take in students from around the district, and Clayton High School, who takes Clayton Middle, Riverwood, and some Swift Creek Middle School students. We have 2 elementary schools, West Smithfield Elementary and some elementary schools that feed into Smithfield Middle as well. But when we talk about a continuum of support, we want to make sure that our middle school students who have self-identified and self-applied for the AVID elective because they need the benefits of the AVID elective, we're talking about a continuum of support leading them from middle school to high school. So For next year, we're looking at adding Cleveland High School and West Johnston High School to that continuum of support so that students that are at Cleveland Middle School, McGee's Crossroads, and Summit Swift Creek have a high school to go to. They can currently apply to go to AVID at Triple S, but you will find that most students do not apply to go to Triple S because they want to stay within their feeder pattern. And right now that is, to me, a disservice to these students. If we look 2 years down the road, you can see all of the elementary schools that are in the right column that are in the black font. Those schools are not AVID schools at this point, but as we look forward to what we want to do with this continuum is we want to bring them into the AVID family. That would mean that almost half of our schools would become AVID schools by 24-25. So what's this going to cost us? And what do we need to do? Well, the good news is becoming an AVID district and adopting the college and career readiness framework costs us nothing. It's the continuum of support that we want to offer that we should have offered in the very beginning for these 7 middle schools that is going to cost us a little bit of money. So in this particular requested budget, you'll see, well, you won't see yet, but I'll tell you, working within a limited district budget for AVID in the past, our schools have been forced to fund travel and lodging for summer institute training. They've had to fund required college field trips for secondary students and fund other resources for the AVID elective in middle school and high school. Many times, this is at a cost to students. Traditionally, the district has covered program membership fees and summer institute training registrations for teachers. In order to fully support AVID in the district, we hope to eliminate these funding challenges for our AVID schools using this 3-year plan. In this 3-year projection, we use a balanced approach for funding as to not overextend any one source. We will rely on local funds, Title II funds, and Title IV funds. And looking at the summary, starting with a column labeled Summer 2023, there's an additional cost that arose as we began planning for 2 new high schools and a district support team. Specialists this summer will go to Summer Institute to learn AVID Wicker strategies so that they can be embedded in the PD that we're offering with our curriculum adoptions. I will say that even though it looks like we have $47,000 for our summer 2023, that's in addition to what we had already planned for the year. We are currently underspending what we were budgeted for the year. Even with that extra money, we've had some opportunities to save money on tutors and on college field trips this year. So we're under budget for the year. Our goal with this plan is to shift from summer institutes to path trainings by 25-26. This will allow us to train more teachers without paying travel costs as we shift from out-of-state summer institutes to path 2-day training scheduled locally but facilitated by AVID staff. The same people that run Summer Institute, not all of them, that would be a lot, but the same that do Summer Institute would come to Johnston County and do the same content-driven training that we would get at Summer Institute. But we would save about 40% on registration costs, and then we would save $1,200 to $1,500 per person on travel instead of going out of the state, keeping them in state. So that's by 25-26. We could actually save somewhere between $150,000 to $200,000 on training. Plus, we would have more people trained. So instead of sending 100 people out to Summer Institute, we would have them come in, AVID come in, and we would train 200. And that's the primary goal. There is an increase in the bottom line as we add schools to complete the continuum of support, but the cost for district-wide implementation in 25-26 should hover around $400,000 and stay there. Though it's double what we budgeted for this year, it includes more support from the district, it doubles the number of trainings we have, and the impact that we will feel with an additional 14 AVID sites by 25-26 will be amazing. And so as we move to the next slide, I just want to overlay AVID and our goal. As seen here, both JCPS, AVID systems support data collections and analysis. AVID's continuous improvement cycle of plan, do, study, act, and building relational capacity and collective educator agency supports teachers reflecting on their practice and collaborating with their peers. AVID's instructional practices and Wicker strategies, and AVID's accessible professional development through PATH and professional learning modules, supports our best practice for teaching strategies, and AVID's demand for rigorous academic opportunities aligns with our expectation that our instruction ensures high levels of learning and increased student achievement for all students. And as I read for all students one more time, I'm reminded of AVID's mission, which is to close the opportunity gap by preparing all students for college and career readiness and success in a global society. And I'd like to leave my station right now with a video that our communications department created to highlight the impact that AVID is having on our county right now.
AVID is a college readiness program designed to prepare students for success in high school, college, and in their career. AVID is changing lives in both middle and high schools throughout Johnston County.
When you think about executive function and the organization of a child, being able to understand how to learn, how do I organize it so that I can then find it and reinforce those things, and then how do I even turn in my homework, where am I going to store it? AVID provides those structures, and when we talk about WICA, we're not just talking about in the AVID classroom. That's built into our school improvement plan. Our school improvement team talks about it, so it literally impacts instruction in every single room.
AVID's teaching strategies and curriculum build positive teacher-student relationships to ensure student success school-wide.
AVID is a very tight-knit family. We have individuals who are you can always find an individual who is knowledgeable about something that you're curious about concerning higher education. So we have our teachers who have all gone to universities and they give their experiences, as well as our AVID coordinator who has done this for so many years, so she has experience. Everyone also has great connections where they can find you someone with the resources that you need.
I feel like it is a great opportunity to just further investigate everything when it comes to getting more into education and wanting to do better in school.
In the AVID program, students enroll in advanced courses, receive tutorial support, improve study and organizational skills, gain knowledge on colleges and universities, and strengthen their academic writing skills.
The AVID system has been a huge support. We start with the basics, with building relational capacity. We've got to get to know each other. I like to think of my classroom as a brave space where once we know each other, we're not afraid to make mistakes. We're going to learn to grow and challenge each other, whether that's through our tutorial process and the rigorous classrooms, or going to experience at college or having a guest speaker.
Having a toolbox to turn to for strategies in class, it's been life-changing for me. And then seeing students really show that rigor, that understanding, giving them opportunities to ask questions and be confident in asking those questions. You know, these strategies have really helped me bring these students to show what they really know and understand about the content I teach, and to dig deeper.
Even in class, like, it's just, I feel better taking notes and knowing that, oh yeah, I'm not just trying to memorize it, I'm taking these notes down and I'm studying them.
Admission into any AVID program requires an application and may require an interview. You can learn more about AVID in Johnston County by visiting johnston.k12.nc.us/choice programs.
get it going. It doesn't want to stop. Huh? All right. So, board members, I'd like to just add two quick comments to what you heard this evening. We recognize that this request tonight will add additional cost to what we do with AVID in the district. But I would argue that there are two important things to remember about that. Number one, those additional costs aren't necessarily costs we aren't incurring around our district already. We've just unfortunately been passing some of those costs off to our school, and they've had to struggle to figure out how to find some of those dollars. And this restructuring of those costs will solidify our structure in terms of how we'll provide this funding going forward. The other thing that's incredibly important about this is the shared funding sources. The fact that we're going to be using 3 funding sources means that we do not overload any one funding source to provide these resources for the students across our district. And so that is critically important, that none of those funding sources will be kind of overcrowded with AVID funding. And then finally, I'll just take a point of personal privilege. I'm quite passionate about AVID and the impact that it can have on young people. There's a young man I know who struggled all through elementary school. He finished elementary school at the bottom, towards the bottom of his class. He went to middle school, struggled the first 2 years. Going into his 8th grade year, he went home and told his parents he made a decision. He enrolled in AVID for as an 8th grader to go into to 8th grade. There's immediate change in that young man. And that young man went on to finish high school with a 3.5 grade point average. Today, he is a sophomore at North Carolina Central University with a 3.9 grade point average. He just happens to be my son. AVID is a wonderful program, and it will greatly benefit the students in our district. And so I, on behalf of my team, ask for your permission to move forward with the adoption of the AVID Career and College Readiness Framework.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we continue with the AVID program, but I will also reserve my right to amend the motion before a vote is taken after we get some discussion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second. All right, discussion.
Mr. Daughtry, how many sites is AVID currently at again? And we're looking to expand 14 additional sites? By what year?
25, 26, we would be all.
Does that have any implication on our staffing issues as far as, a concern from where we're going to get these teachers, how we're going to expand this program? Oh, Dr. King, I'm sorry.
So what I would say is initially we're going to be adding just 2 schools, and those would be the 2 high schools. We've also already identified the staffing that we'll need and added that staffing to their organization, so that is already in place. In terms of the elementary staffing, we have quite a while before we get to that point, and certainly we'll be taking a look at everything involved before we get to that point, and in terms of how we add that staff. It certainly will be something that we may need to come back to this board and request permission to do, but I would argue that 2 things I'd ask you to remember. There is nothing that says if we decide 3 years from now or 2 years from now not to add the additional elementary schools as actually AVID certified sites that we can't necessarily continue with AVID as our district-wide framework. So that piece of the continuum is optional. We can decide 2 or 3 years from now that we don't want to go that direction with our elementary schools. And certainly if we don't feel like we can figure out a way to add those, whatever staffing is required, that would certainly be something that this board would have the ability to direct us to do. And frankly, we would be coming back to this board to talk about that staffing at any point, at any rate. Yes.
Yeah.
I'd also like to add that the AVID elective and the coordinator position at the middle school and high schools normally is a larger issue. When you're going school-wide for elementary, you're training a site team in the beginning. There's not necessarily a person you need to add to your staff. However, if we're talking about what makes things easier, if you have a coordinator at the elementary level who is overloaded with other leadership, then we would have that conversation too. But we're looking at just middle school and high schools having the AVID elective, with elementaries just being school-wide, you're training a psych team.
And I think the biggest, I used to work with several people that were in that video, and they're phenomenal teachers. And I guess me thinking out loud is, it's great to see what they do in AVID, but I know how strong they were as a ELA teacher or math teacher. And I'm just concerned, like, with, and obviously I want people to do what they want to do. If you want to teach AVID, you need to teach AVID. But I'm concerned, and I would think from like a site administrator standpoint, I'm getting an AVID instructor, but I'm losing this wonderful English language arts teacher that I'm not gonna have on my, that I'm gonna have to fill a vacancy for, which we're having trouble filling vacancies. So I think that's kind of my concern with that. Also, I mean, I just don't want to be back in a situation like we were in 2015 where we tried to overextend. And I know Mr. Daughtry's been here for quite a while, but I just don't want to be in a situation like we were in 2015 where we kind of overextended what we were trying to do. And that's just kind of why I'm a little cautious.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and I agree with you around that concern. But I would argue your concern actually argues for this process, because what happened before is that, and this isn't a criticism of anybody, is that folks added programs without contemplating how those programs would be structured and financed down the line, right? So every year since I've been here, what Mr. Daughtry and I do about this time every year is we sit down with the budget and try to figure out how we're going to pay for the pieces of AVID that are in place, because that was not put in place at the beginning. Here, we are creating a structure that will allow us to make sure that we can provide the funding that we need for this program in perpetuity, or until such time as we decide we are no longer interested in using these programs. We've also been, frankly, much more contemplative about the use of our federal funding, and the way that funding, and making sure that we have structured that funding in such a way that it meets the needs that it is laid out to particularly provide. I'll give you an example. When I first arrived, one of the things that I learned was that there had been an opportunity for individual schools to make requests for Title IV funding. So individual schools just said, I would like to do A, B, or C. And they submitted that request, and monies from those Title IV funds were pulled to cover those requests. That's not really the way that you use federal funding. You use federal funding in such a way that it impacts all schools, so you develop a program that you support with those funds. And that's what we're doing here. And so that kind of approach is what will prevent us from finding ourselves in a position 3, 4, 5 years from now where we can't pay for this program. We're using the Title II funds that are identified and laid out specifically for the purpose of providing professional development for teachers, to provide the professional development that's connected with this program, and using Title IV funds to support the other pieces of the funding, and then we'll backfill all of that with any local funding that we need. So we have a plan for how we pay for this program down the line. And as I shared with a couple of board members down the road, the wonderful, really good thing about AVID from this perspective is this is a year-to-year process. If we decide 3 years from now we don't want to do this anymore, it's not a scenario where we're in a 6 or 10-year contract and we are obligated to continue to fund this program even though it no longer meets our needs or it puts us in a financial bind, all right? So we'll have the ability at any point in time, if we decide for whatever reason that this isn't meeting our needs, to step away and move in a different direction.
And not to try to be a counterpoint, that's also another one of my concerns, that if we do determine we do not have the funding and we move away from it, I think it would be more harmful to give something and take it away as opposed to not give it at all. That's a concern of mine. And Mr. Daughtry and Dr. King, what does professional development, what does training look like for our elementary school teachers? Let's just say that it is extended down. What does that look like as far as like, okay, we're open at XYZ elementary school. Can you tell me a little bit about what that looks like?
So the way site team training normally goes, for high school it's 8 teachers. For elementary schools it's 4 teachers. And you want to start with, some schools go straight K-5 with school-wide AVID, and they might take 6 individuals, 1 per grade level. Or you might have a school like Selma Elementary starts 4 and 5, starts small with the grade levels. So you have a team of 4 teachers that go to learn the Wicker strategies and implementation at the elementary level. I think with AVID, the impressive thing to me is that when you train teachers at AVID, either Summer Institute or PATH, they are given the task of taking that training and bringing it back from the site team and then permeating the classrooms outside of the site team. And what you do with that training is you build better teachers and better instruction by training them. My fear is that if we don't do this, we are neglecting the 600 students that are in middle school already who have said, I need help, I want help as I'm trying to get into college. This is going to be beneficial for me. And by saying, no, we're not going to look at going high school, we're telling 600, you've had enough. And I don't think that's true. Likewise, I think that if we found 600 middle school students that have said, AVID is good for me, I can't imagine that it was just good for them in 6th grade. It would have to be good for them in 5th grade and 4th grade and 3rd grade and 2nd grade. And I'll tell you that if a student goes in AVID, in an AVID school, K-5, and learns how to organize his thoughts in a graphic organizer, how to talk and to debate if debate is needed, or to go through a Socratic seminar, a philosophical chair, learn sentence stems on how to communicate with people before they get to middle school, when they're given the task of rigorous content, you're not teaching strategies to learn the content anymore, you're teaching content. And that's what we need in this county. We need instructional strategies in our classroom to teach content. We don't need to continue to use different strategies all over the place so that we're reteaching strategies instead of spending our time on rigorous content. And that's my fear if we don't move forward.
Right. I think I'm supportive of the program. And Dr. King, we had that discussion. I think Kevin and I, we had the discussion with you before. And this kind of ties into what some of the things that Ronald was asking. What I see from AVID is a program that works. Now, my question is this. It's a 3-year thing. Do we have to commit to those 3 years now?
When you say commit
And
to
here's let me go ahead and say this. I don't like paying for logos and trademarks if we can do the similar things or the very same thing within our county. It's the same thing with other programs like Capturing Kids Cards and everything else. You train your people, and then you pull out the components that you want. Is that something we can get to with AVID? And if so, how long would it take us to do that? And I realize I guess what I'm thinking is, can we make AVID a local elective rather than a national brand?
You asking me that question in here in front of God and everybody, Mr. Tippett. So the answer from my perspective, and certainly Mr. Daughtry can come up, is here. You know, I think the piece that Mr. Daughtry was getting at is that the model for AVID is that you initially train a small number of teachers, and then that training fertilizes, right, your entire staff, right? Because those teachers come back and use those strategies, share those strategies with their colleagues, teach their colleagues those strategies, and that's the approach that we want to use. 3 or 4 years from now, once we have really strongly embedded the AVID framework in our school district, can we decide at that point that we no longer want to work with AVID in an official capacity and continue to use those structures and strategies? Absolutely, we can do that. If that answers your question. And just to go back to when you started the question. So the structure that we've shared with you for financing, it really is more intended to help you understand that we have a plan for how we're going to pay for it. We can pay for this year, and at the end of next year, if this board decides we're no longer going forward, there is nothing that would obligate us to do years 2 and years 3, other than Dr. King standing in front of you begging. All right.
Right, I understand that, and it's just I guess I want my cake and eat it too, because I want the program, but I want to take that money that was put in there and use it for different things as well. And I want to get more bang for the buck. Is basically what I'm saying. Now,
May I address this too? Once you become an AVID site, each year you go through a certification and coaching instrument. It's a document that makes sure that your site team is doing what it's supposed to do for the school. If you decide not to do AVID, you would forego the CCI, and therefore your school would not expect from its teachers what AVID expects us to be doing. So it's the expectation that AVID provides also that would keep the things moving along. And as far as being able, and I'm sorry, Dr. King, as far as taking something and making it ours, bluntly put, I don't think we would be able to do that.
I'm don't want to put you on the spot. Why? Tell me why. Because I know the classroom teachers that are teaching AVID. I see the components. If you can, tell me what AVID training does that those people that we already got trained can come back and do for our county.
I think he's saying we can't do that without going out and getting the training. Once we get the training and bring it back, then we can do that. I think what he's saying is right now we aren't in a position to do that.
Right, right. That's my point. But once we get trained, we can come back and have a program with AVID and use the monies to build on that program. Does that make sense? Or are we getting something from AVID training that we can't get anywhere else?
I believe that's true. I believe
Do we have a teacher or anybody in the room that might have gone through this stuff that could?
Well, and while she's coming up, can I ask this question? The amount of the money that you have designated from 2023 and it goes through 2026, from what the breakdown is, that is predominantly training money.
Oh, yeah, almost all of it.
Yeah, so that's what we're paying
Training,
for.
membership, dues.
We're paying to get more people trained, right?
Right, yes, sir. Field trip money.
And again,
Right.
some of the money that we're absorbing in this this request is money that our schools have been paying out of their general fund. And so what you're asking is the board to take that on. Is that correct? Okay.
My name is Sarah Anderson. I retired a year and a half ago. I taught AVID for 14 years. I can't tell you that there's a better program. I am so passionate about this program and what I've seen it do for students. I've taught AVID in middle school for those 14 years. I still have relationships with kids who have graduated and have gone on to college and now have families and are raising their children to aspire to the things that AVID has ingrained in them. It is a program that is worth every dollar that is spent towards it. And I would defy you to find a program that is more relevant to students now than AVID.
Right, and I can appreciate that because we heard students today talking about it. And I'm not against AVID. I don't want to continue the conversation because I'm not against AVID, and I'm going to support it. My question is, can we move toward doing it without being an AVID certified thing and doing the things?
About AVID is you can become a school of distinction or and it can be a highlight and a jewel in the crown of Johnston County Public Schools to have other communities and other districts come and look at what we're doing in this county. So it's very worthwhile, I think, to have that AVID affiliation and not do away. It's not just a logo.
Yeah.
It's not just
No, I wasn't saying it was just a logo. I just mean.
No, I heard that.
No, I
very
said I
clearly.
don't like paying for a logo and a trademark.
Clearly.
Mr. Daughtry.
Ms.
Mr. Daughtry. Oh.
Well, Ms. Anderson, while you're still here, hold on one second. You've told us what it did for the students, and that's very good. You're
Yes.
passionate about it. But there's another component of it. What does it do for the teachers?
I got up every day excited to be with my kids and look forward to it, and it was a family. And I had the privilege of following my students 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So I cycled around with them. I knew them personally. I knew their families. I was invigorated. I was challenged as a teacher to increase the rigor in my classroom, to ensure that my students were being challenged, and it kept me in the classroom probably longer than I would have stayed had I not been the AVID instructor.
Right. Oh, no, and I understand that. And in all honesty, I was trying to get more money. I'm trying to get more money to use for if we can work out a way to do it. But that's why I asked what are we getting from AVID by being an AVID school, AVID member, AVID membership? Because if we can get it done within county, then we can have other things to do.
Right, and that's what I want to ask Mr. Daughtry, because I think there are some perks, because I remember at the middle school, there were some perks of staying with the AVID program. Can you come up and tell us about, like, remaining with the AVID program? I know she mentioned the School of Distinction.
So I'm not necessarily sure about perks per se, but I can tell you that when you're paying your program fees for AVID, you're paying for AVID Weekly, which is a reading material for elementary through high school that teachers can access to help with critical reading strategies. I can tell you that AVID has for the elective now 6 through 12, they have standards and they have lessons that teachers can access. There are advanced placement, not advanced placement, there are AVID professional learning modules that we can teach that AVID has developed that help. I can go in and teach anybody in the district because I have access to it. But if we're no longer an AVID site, I don't have access to that. If we're not an AVID district, they take away all of our curriculum resources. They take away the standards for AVID. They don't take away like they're evil, but we no longer have access to the professional learning modules that right now are free. And they're 90-minute training modules that I can deliver to any staff. And I've already delivered several to, I've delivered at West Smithfield Elementary and PLCs within the past few months. I've started training facilitators at schools so that they can deliver the AVID modules, but we won't have access to those professional learning modules without having our membership to AVID.
And just from teaching myself, I know that when you get away from like standards and directed curriculum and things of that nature, you will inevitably have an instructor put their own spin on it, and it will typically within a couple years deviate so far away from what it was intended to be. So that would be another concern with that part of that.
And that's simply with the AVID elective. And when we talk about the elementary schools, we're talking about helping every teacher in the county understand what a philosophical chair is, how it looks, and when to use it, how to use a Socratic seminar, what it looks like, how to use it, when to use it. It's about intentional teaching. And right now, there is teaching going on, and there is instruction going on, but we can be more intentional about the strategies and the practices we use if we're more familiar with what they're supposed to be used for, and we can use them appropriately, if that makes any sense. And I think that that's what AVID gives us, and we can do some of that, but without AVID, I don't believe we can do what this board would want us to do with our instructional.
Right. I mean, I appreciate that, and I'm going to say one more thing, and I promise I'll be quiet. Okay. The question I have, again, I support the program. It's a good program. I noticed in the high schools, we've got feeder schools feeding in. The only thing that I see missing is our Riverwood Elementary students and our Riverwood Middle School students not having an Corinth Holders High School if they've done it there. Did we look at that?
We have not, because what we were trying to do was streamline what we needed to have right away and what was the most cost effective. And what I've had, what has been expressed to me over the past 3 years is from the McGee's, Crossroads Middle School, and the Cleveland Middle School. Why don't we have this at our high schools? Because we need it. Because we have 30 to 48, 50 students leaving those middle schools and not having AVID at the high school, and they've been asking for it for 3 years.
Okay, and the other thing I will ask Dr. King, if we can push as much Title II and Title IV money and keep the locals down as much as possible for funding. Madam Chair, I will lead the motion as stated.
Yes, sir.
Did you have another comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Other than to say I did not invite Ms. Anderson to this meeting, but I am inviting her to subsequent meetings.
We appreciate all of you. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did. I was just listening. So my concern is with the funding, because the lion's share of this funding is actually coming out of locals. We saw the slide in the presentation to the prior board meeting, and it showed the actual funding levels. Title II and Title IV are what, 20% maybe of the funding?
Yeah, so let me say this. That was a choice, frankly, that I made. So AVID would be a local program, right? And my theory is, and this is my theory, and Mr. Britt might look at me sideways. When you're doing a local program, it's best to fund as much of that program you can with local funds. Now, we know, and because we've looked at the numbers. I could pay all of this money out of Title II and Title IV every year and be fine. It is, however, my belief that when you're talking about a local program, you really need to put some local funds into it so that the local agency, the local community has some skin in the game, rather than just focusing and depending on federal dollars. But we could fund all of this out of federal dollars without any real strain.
So, we have heard from our CFO already that we are going to have sticker shock in June when we see our budget, sticker shock. And that means, what are we going to take away? So I'm not real keen on approving a $400,000 spend when we are talking about having millions short. So I don't want to set expectations that we are going to have this program, and I think it's an excellent program, do not get me wrong. I think Ms. Anderson is a blessing to our schools that she spent so many years with our students doing that. I'm deeply concerned about the funding. If you say we could get Title II and Title IV funding to cover this, I would be a yes vote all day long. The other thing I have about it is it's an elective. So we want it to be a framework that overlays our entire district, but the teachers have to elect to go to the trainings. It only touches a very small portion of our students when you think of the overall population of students. And I would like to see that broader.
Right. So again, the training that teachers go to in terms of the that would be elective teachers. The idea behind adopting the framework is that as we do professional development for whatever we're talking about teaching, when we provide professional development around this new social studies curriculum, we're going to be embedding Wicker strategies in that. So we're going to embed the Wicker strategies in everything that we teach, because we're going to use those structures and those strategies to support all of our instruction, not just what would happen in the elective.
And that comes back to Mr. Tippett's point that we know what the Wicker strategies are, so you can always include those and overlay those on top of your curriculum as is. Like I said, I would be a yes vote on this all day long. If you can show us that you can cover the costs with Title II and Title IV, and frankly, those federal dollars are our dollars just as much as a local dollar is. I am not, I don't believe in local buy-in or anything else. Sure. I'm about finding education pots of money where we can find them, and let's use it so our local dollars could be used for, teacher supplement, other things that are very important to me, because if we have a funding shortage, and it sounds like we will, it sounds like our budget's going to be a problem in June, I don't want to face having to let go staff in order to keep a program that's an elective. And it is an elective program. Only you have to, and you heard on the tape, it said that the students have to go through an application process to even have access to the class.
Can we cover this 100% in Title II and Title IV? Can we do that instead of the local?
I could cover it 100% with Title II or Title IV.
Can you do both?
Can I do?
Yeah. Can you do half and half, Title II and
Yes,
Title IV?
sure.
Okay. I mean, I don't know where your Title II and Title IV budgets stand.
Mr. Barrett.
Motion stands right now. It's coming out of local dollars, and it can be amended. Is that correct?
Well, we actually did not include the funding sources in the motion, because these will be individual purchases that if they come to the board because they cross over that threshold, we would be asking for each individual. We'll be asking permission for those expenditures as they come up. Okay, if that makes sense.
Mr. Britt, I'd like to hear your opinion of the funding for this.
Yes, sir. So yes, you are correct that that we're going to have there's kind of a judgment day coming for local funds. When that storm, and I keep calling it a fiscal cliff, but it's more like a hurricane headed our way. With right now it's warm and sunny and everything is financially sound. But I feel like a weather forecaster, and I'm pointing at the charts and say, well, there's Hurricane Esser out there, and it's coming this way. Right now we have vacancy savings, and we have we have a lot of Esser funding, but in about 16 months or 18 months, that money goes away.
This is 2024 we're talking, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so from now until September of 2024, I feel very comfortable of where our financial position is. Beyond that is where it gets really very challenging, because we can rely on ESSER funding to help us out, cover our gaps.
But you're fine with Title II and Title IV covering the cost of this?
Yes.
I mean, that's not, I know that's his shop, but no problem with getting it approved, obviously, because it was part of it.
Those are the general purposes for Title II and Title IV. Those kinds of, Title IV is for programming, and Title II is teacher training. So
I'd like to amend the motion to approve as moved, with the caveat that Title II and Title IV would cover the cost of the expansion of AVID.
Second.
Yeah, let him, yeah.
I will amend the motion that we approve the 3-year plan with the max amount of Title II and Title IV funds available, and limit as much as possible local funds, with understanding that we don't know the federal government funding for next year, and then we can revisit next year.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Did whoever seconded?
It was Mr. Donovan.
Yep, second.
Okay, all right. Any discussion about that amendment? All right. All those in favor of supporting this with the use of Title II and Title IV funds indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Thank you. Thank you.
thank you, board members. All right, our next item is Title I program modifications. Board members, you are all aware that Title I is one of our primary and probably our most significant federal funding stream. Title I dollars are used to provide resources for schools with high numbers or high percentages of children from low-income families. Currently, our Title I configuration in Johnston County Public Schools, we have a total of 19 schools. 12 of them are elementary schools, 5 middle schools, 1 high school, and 1 K-8 school. And generally, we look at an annual funding stream of somewhere between $7.5 and $9 million. In this school year, 2022-2023 year, that meant that our schools that are currently Title I schools receive funding ranging from a low of $258,192 to a high of $1.3 million. That funding range would allow staff or schools, if they so desired, to provide staffing ranging from a maximum of 1.5 staff members up to as many as 16 in our highest funded school. And I want to be clear here. What that suggests is, if a school took, and we'll take our highest funded school, Selma E, as an example. Once Selma E receives their funding, once they take out all of the required set-asides for Title I, they could then use the remaining money in that allotment and hire as many as 16 staff members. Do not mean to suggest that they have or that they would. That is the maximum amount that they would be able to hire. The reason we're having this conversation tonight is that we have recognized that a number of our schools, due to a number of factors, have had the demographic makeup of their school change, and we now have 6 schools that have crossed over the 50% free and reduced lunch threshold, which would entitle them to receive Title I funds. And so that means that as a district, we need to have a conversation about how we will configure our Title I program so as to make sure we provide those funds to students in a way that is appropriate. Now, it's important to remember here, school districts have a great deal of flexibility in terms of how they configure their Title I programs. Some school districts allow all of their schools that meet the free and reduced lunch threshold to be Title I schools. Some focus their funds all on elementary schools that meet that threshold, and some do a mix. And as you can see, as I shared in the first slide, in Johnston County Public Schools, we've allowed schools at all 3 grade spans to be Title I schools. Going forward, though, we recognize at this point that we need to make an adjustment based on these new numbers. And so in order to do that, the Title I team, and I'd like to acknowledge at this point our Executive Director for Elementary Schools, Dr. Keebler Williams, and our Title I Administrator, Ms. Laura Makey, who's going to share some documents with you in just a moment. We have been working over the last few months to think about what would be some appropriate reconfigurations of our Title I program. And so I'd like to share with you the 3 options that we felt like were the most reasonable options, and then I'll share with you the option that we are recommending to the board tonight. All right, so the first option is an option that we're calling 50% plus elementary schools only. This option would call for us to include in our Title I configuration only elementary schools that have 50% free and reduced lunch students within them. As you can see, that would add 3 elementary schools to our Title I configuration. It would also remove several middle schools and any high schools from our configuration. That would change our funding range. You remember currently it's $256 to $1.3 million. This would change that configuration to $156,780, which would be the amount that the lowest receiving school receive, up to $1,044,000, which would be the amount that the highest receiving school would receive. And that staffing range would go from 2.6 staff to 14.5 staff. Now, the implications is that for those schools that would remain Title I schools, there would be a small reduction in their funding and a small reduction in their ability to hire staff. It would mean that all current middle and high school schools, Title I schools, would lose their funding. And so they would lose all funds and lose the ability to hire staff if we went with that configuration. Ms. Makey is going to hand you a document that's going to encompass all 3 of these options so that you can see it for your review. All right, there we go. The next option we're calling 50% plus 6 schools. That option would allow us to incorporate all schools with 50% free and reduced lunch as Title I schools. That would require us to add 3 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 2 high schools, 2 additional high schools to our Title I rolls. Obviously, no schools would lose total funding under this plan, but as you can see, it really cuts into the funding range for our schools. So again, our highest receiving school would go from a funding amount of $1.3 million a year down to approximately $561,000 a year. And as you can see, that is a very drastic reduction in terms of their funding, and that drastic reduction corresponds with the staffing range as well. It goes down to 1.8 at the minimum, up to 9. That's almost cutting everybody in half. The implications is very clear. That's a significant reduction in funding and a significant reduction in staffing range for all of our existing Title I schools. Next option is option 3, 50% plus 4 schools, no high schools. This option would mean that we would allow all elementary and middle schools that surpass the 50% free and reduced lunch plateau to be Title I schools. It would add 3 elementary schools and 1 middle school to our Title I roll. Smithfield-Selma High School would lose Title I funding under this plan. And it creates a funding range of $147,231 to $812,000. As you can see, that is still a sizable reduction, but the reduction goes from about 60 to 65% for all schools to about 30 to 35% for all schools, and that's a more manageable reduction. But again, I don't want to give short thrift to the reality that that would mean Triple S High School would lose all of their Title I funding. That is option 3. This slide, again, just encompasses all of those numbers for you so that you can see them all in the same place at one time. You also have the document in front of you that gives you that information. And while we're here, I want to be clear to share. All of these figures are based on our projections, based on what our Title I funding has been for the last 2 or 3 years. There is the chance that our total Title I allotment will go up as a result of adding schools. Unfortunately, right now, all we can say is it's a chance because we just don't know for sure. And that is why we based all these numbers on what our numbers have looked like for the past couple of years, so as to give the appropriate context.
Any chance it'll go down?
So, yes, depending on what the federal government does in terms of how much money it allocates to education, I would say the likelihood, I would be more inclined to think it would go up than down, though.
Dr. King, get Mr. Biden asking for more funding.
He is?
Yes.
He is. He is. Now, important thing to share. We recognize that all of these changed configurations will mean that schools will lose money and lose the ability to hire staffing. We are in a very good situation right now in terms of our overall funding situation, and Mr. Britt and I have worked together, and we have come up with a plan that would allow us to support our schools who lose funding in this reconfiguration using the ESSER and local funds. Now, we want to be clear. We are not promising that we're going to be able to give schools every dollar that they have lost, dollar for dollar. We will ask them, however, to tell us what programs they feel like they will, what programs they would not be able to fund, and we will review those programs and provide some support to those schools based on those requests. It's important to note 2 things as it relates to the staffing issues. Number one, remember that the number that we're giving you in terms of staffing is a total possible number. And number 2, at this moment, none of our schools, regardless of how many staff members they have identified that they would like to hire with their Title I funds, have been able to identify all of those staff members. So, for instance, a school that has a total possibility of 8 teachers may have only decided to hire 6 and may have only hired 3, right? It's also the case that because of some of the things that we've done as a district in terms of our financial considerations, providing for all technology from the district level, our schools have found it relatively difficult to spend all of their allocations over the last few years relative to Title I. So again, I'm trying to be extremely sensitive here for my colleagues. I recognize that they're going to lose funds, but we feel like we can support them, and that while the numbers look drastic, we think the actual impact of those changes will be a little bit less drastic than they look like on paper.
So when you're talking about losing funding, no one's really losing funding. We're just spreading it out among these identified Title I schools.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So as a district, we aren't losing money. And what I'm suggesting is Smithfield Elementary would have gotten a certain portion of it under the old configuration. Over the new configuration, that portion will be impacted. Right.
It's about strategizing the best use of the funds that we have across the schools that need it.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
But Triple S would not receive funding. That's the only school.
Under option 3.
Option 3, right.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's the option that
Better
we're.
wait till I get there, Mr. Tippett.
That's the option that we want to go with. It's your.
I mean, I built that thing up so perfectly.
Well,
Mr.
under,
Tiffany?
under special considerations, does that mean if you do option 3, that Triple S will be helped with under special consideration since they lose funds?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I did want to ask a question. I think you spoke to this, and I know there's no way you can give me a percentage. And you hadn't left the room. I thought Mr. Britt had left the room. I was like, whoa, come back. We can't have this meeting without you here. But and you may have said this. I'm sorry if I didn't hear it. But you know, I guess my question is, what percentage of the funding that has been allotted has been spent? I don't know that answer. And that's a terrible question to ask you, but I don't, I guess my question would be, if schools are allotted this kind of, like Triple S, I have no idea, but they were allotted $900,000. Have they spent $900,000, or are they on the path? And again, it would be, you don't just write a check to these schools. They have to propose what they're going to spend this money on. It has to be approved through the Title I office. So it's not money that's in the bank just ready for them to go use. It has to be proportioned out based on what they ask for.
Correct. I have to be honest, I have not looked at every individual school, but the schools that we have looked at with the assistance of Mr. Britt, we found that most of our schools still have significant funding that is still available to be spent. And I'll be very clear and very honest, those tend to be the schools with the higher allocations. So I want to be clear, a school that maybe has $200,000 might well have spent that $200,000.
That's the point I was trying to make, that maybe reducing that, they may still be within what they're spending now, but I don't know.
Mr. Britt, is Johnny on the spot? Yes, sir.
Yeah. I keep my spreadsheets up just for these very questions here. So of the $10 million that was allotted to schools this year, $5.5 million has been spent. Another $253,000 is out for purchase orders, and $4.2 million is unspent. So there will be funds that are probably a fairly significant amount of funds.
Thank you.
unspent.
I'm just trying to get a perspective of that, because reducing it, you don't want to deny them things, but some schools are not spending that money as it is. So yeah.
And in their defense, when you have a full budget, and Title I is very restrictive in terms of what you can spend those funds on. It's very, I respect our Title I principals because they are responsible. And I have to tell you, it's very difficult to spend $1.3 million of supplemental money under the rules established by Title I in a way that is, frankly, not reckless. And our principals do a good job of that. All right, so after Mr. Tippett spoiled my attention, share that our recommendation is for option 3, 50% plus 4, with no high schools included in our Title I configuration. Board members, I would share with you that I did meet with all of the Title I principals today, and I have shared this information with each and every one of them so they were aware of what this presentation and what this recommendation would be to you tonight. Didn't want any of them to choke on their popcorn while they were watching the movie tonight. This could be quite a drastic shock to them. So we did talk with them. We talked about, how that we would move forward with a plan to support them based on any changes that were made, and all of them were amenable to that work going forward.
Even Triple S. I mean, was Triple S, I'm sure, concerned, but were they felt like it could work out okay?
Absolutely. Mr. Allen was quite accommodating and frankly quite kind. I'd like to think if someone cut my budget by this much, I could be quite as kind as he was today. We talked for a while. I shared with him that we would begin working with him as soon as he was ready to identify those things that he feels like his school would need, and to make sure that we're in a position to support his work around those things.
Well, he has more flexibility doing it this way than he had.
Right, because if he uses these ESSER funds and local funds, he can spend those dollars pretty much the way he would so choose, whereas Title I funding is incredibly restricted.
It's a pretty open chart of accounts with ESSER versus Title I.
Pretty open, yes, sir. Certainly more open than Title I. Anything is more open than Title I. Yeah.
Especially with Dr. Williams sitting back there.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
This is an action item. I will entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we accept the recommendation, option 3, for Title I money to exclude high schools and do elementary and middle.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second, Ms. Anton. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of this motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you. Can we do a 5-minute break while we get Mr. Moore, Mr. whether I give you one or not? Mr. Moore's next, so we'll get ready for you. Okay with that? Let's rock and roll.
All right. All right, everybody, wake up after your break. I do want to quickly, before getting into my 1 to 9 items, give you a quick update on where we are with the 2018 bond. We are finally getting towards the end of that thing. So I'd like to go back though, as you know, this started in 2018. As you can see here is the list of projects completed in year 1, 2, and 3 of that bond, including some additions and some campus improvements, even Thanksgiving Elementary, and proud to say before COVID, we actually were running about $500,000 under budget. So, yes, thank you. Appreciate the applause. But then COVID and the pandemic came along, and I'd like to point you to the red arrow. So in 2018 is when all the projects were set and budgeted, and remember they sell a certain amount in year 1 and a certain amount in year 2, so I have to stagger starting the projects. At that time, construction cost for a new school was $179 a square foot. Fast forward to today's time, it costs more than 2 times that, $390 a square foot. And let me add to that this is the state average for new schools when you build an entire new school. If you've ever built an addition to a house or something, like building a house is one thing, but when you build an addition to a house, it costs much more than building the square footage of a new house. So here we are in 2023 with the remaining year 4 projects. Most of these are starting with the exception of Clayton High School's auditorium and the Aux Gym at Triple S. What we are facing now from what was budgeted in 2018 is an overage of $12 million. And as I just said, that is to no fault of anyone in this room or the school system or adding anything to these buildings. It is purely market pandemic overage cost. What have we done? We have removed the bottom 5 projects from the bond and funded them with our own capital funds and ESSER funds. And that's about 1.1 million that was not sent for 2018 that was originally within the 2018 plan. What else are we doing? ESSER funds. We are contributing a little more than 28 million of our COVID ESSER funds to these very same needs, these very same capital needs. So we have removed at this time about 30 million of capital needs that could have been bond funded. And in the past, if you look at that first green slide of 18 bond projects, you'll see some chillers and some campus upgrades in addition to Courtholders High School and Archer Lodge Middle. So we've put a significant amount of our funds, about 30 million total, towards helping our current capital needs. So I just wanted to, in full transparency, and bring you all up to speed as where we are at with a 2018 bond in 2023 times. So, any questions before I proceed to my items? All right.
I'm just going to
Ma'am.
This was brought up at the commissioners' meeting, and I know there was some talk around it. So we are going to be working with the commissioners to address this inflationary issue that we have with the 2018 bond that no one could have anticipated.
That's right, and don't anyone get me wrong watching or anything. We are having those conversations about how we fill the gap and how we accomplish the intent of the 18 bond. So yeah, this is no stab at anyone. This is just purely information. So yes. All right, my first item for approval is replacement of the SSS High School tennis courts and ADA improvements. So the courts are beyond repair at this point and are in desperate need of full replacement. The underlying pavement is cracking. It needs to be completely replaced. Also, we added in significant ADA access improvements, including parking, wheelchair access, and sidewalks to the bleachers and concession and bathroom areas within this project. So the request is for the board to approve us to contract with RDU Paving of Raleigh, NC for a cost of $528,610.33. We're also, given that we are going into the subgrade of these courts, we are requesting an additional contingency if there are unforeseen issues of $30,000 to cover those. And a little sidebar, RDU did the Clayton High School tennis courts a couple of years back and did a great job. So good to see them as the low bidder for this. And this is a capital funded project.
Okay, this is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Donovan. Any discussion?
Even play tennis on those courts, are they unplayable?
Yes, yeah.
Are they playing over at the Shrike? How are they, what are they doing?
I'm not real sure. I don't get in.
But this improvement is at the current site.
Yes.
It's the
yes,
same
ma'am.
site.
And they practice there, but I don't think they can host home matches. Maybe they schedule them all away. I'm not sure. But.
Any other discussion? If not, I'll entertain the vote. All those in favor of this request, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-0.
Okay. My next item is the auxiliary gym for SSS High School, as I just mentioned from the 2018 bond. They are our last school without an adjacent aux gym, and definitely do not have a sufficient weight room and locker room for large team sports such as football. For safety and campus logistics, they do seldomly use the SRAC, but it's just not logistically safe to send students over there, really. So, and with the need for their weight room and locker room needs, it was a part of the 18 bond to construct this aux gym for them. Bids were received February 15th, and the low bid of $5,629,213 was provided by Daniels and Daniels Construction of Goldsboro, NC. Additional contingency, like everything else, was requested for $100,000 to cover the construction testing, like concrete testing, soil samples, all of that, and if there's any unforeseen issues. This is requested for approval.
I'm going.
Okay. So, Mr. Moore, will this get all PE classes out of the SRAC?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
when, this is before my time, but when the North Johnston gym was built, the new gym, what year was that?
It's like 2000. Oh yeah, it's
Before
like
your time.
2008, I think.
Was that considered an auxiliary gym when they built
So
that?
due to their growing to a 2A school, their old gym was at that time considered their aux gym, and they built a new competition gym.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Mr. Johnson? Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
I was just gonna say, Mr. Moore, they've gotten used to walking from the Shrek to the school, that path that they've.
I don't think they go much, honestly.
Sometimes you pass by there,
But
you
they
see
do.
students. Yeah.
Some do.
This is coming out of the 2018 bond referendum. You just showed us the sheets for that. Was this included in your detail with?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it went from 2.7 to 5.9.
Yeah.
Right, and I was just saying it's in your spend, because we took 5 projects off the bottom.
Correct.
This is one that's in the one that, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll entertain the vote. All those in favor of this request, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-0.
All right, and my next item is for a boiler replacement at South Johnston High School. This is to replace an old fuel oil boiler, which is well outdated, and is not able to handle the current dehumidification and heating needs of the schools. Our FP was advertised, but at the time of opening, we did not have 3 bids, so it was re-advertised and opened with 2 bids. And recommendation is to award to Comfort Systems for a total contract amount of $740,000. Contingency of $30,000 is also requested for any unforeseen issues, and this is a ESSER funded project.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Donovan, a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Anton. Any discussion? With no discussion, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of this request, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
7-0.
All right. My next item is for bleacher repairs. Last summer, a district-wide inspection of all indoor and outdoor bleachers across the district was conducted, and a list of code compliant and general repairs have been noted. At this time, I think due to procedure, we have to go page by page, so I'd like to read each page to you. Just kidding. If anyone wants to borrow the book of the inspections,
Carol does.
there is a summary. I did attach a 4-page summary, like the Cliff Notes version. So, anyway, so due to the vastness of the need, we are requesting a not to exceed amount. So, because there's going to be things that come and go and negotiate some things, so just a not to exceed is the best way to handle this, and that's a contract with the inspections company for $410,000, and this will be from the upcoming maintenance budget supplement that Mr. Britt is coming with soon, but approval is requested.
Just want to ask a question that I get, you get, I know Mr. Carroll gets.
Sure.
Bleachers in middle school gyms, both sides. People ask you that when you're in middle schools.
Oh, yes.
Because games get so crowded and everybody's on one side. You get that too, Mr. Donovan?
It gets hostile.
Well, now, I've been promised that we're gonna put those bleachers in the 6 schools.
So,
am I telling a story?
There's not a middle school game I've been to this year where that question hasn't come up. There's no bleachers on the visitor side. Well, it's usually where the teams sit now, but
Well, it's every middle school that does not have them. If you go to those schools, you will find it is total, the teams do sit on the quote, what we'd call the visitor side. And it is a myriad of folding chairs, some people are sitting on the floor, some people against the wall, and it's chaos. And, I promoted it to Brooks as, it's a health and safety issue.
yeah.
So we did check with our financial advisors, and that would be considered a capital construction item. And these are local budget funds, so we can make the repairs. We just can't construct new bleachers with these funds. But it is planned within capital for.
Will we
for
have
the
them in
subcommittee.
by the next basketball season in these schools? That should be our goal.
It's a good answer, Brooks.
I'm on, what was it Dr. King said about Title I funds and
when is
within the financial
basketball
constraints?
season is when? Next December?
What is, this might not be a fair question to you, what would it cost to put bleachers in our middle schools on the other?
So we do have that pricing. It's just the matter, the capital funds and the financial procedures to expend those funds, with bid
But if we
requirements.
keep waiting, the inflation is gonna make it almost impossible.
Is
to
that
do.
part of your upcoming budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
What is the price? Around 500, a little less than 500.
About 75,000 per gym.
Yeah.
So times 6. Yeah.
And so what you're presenting with us today is repairs.
Code compliance.
compliance and repairs.
Broken seats. Yes, code compliant. If there's a seat board that's dented, there's a bunch of broken seats at schools, like the tops are cracked and broken. And I didn't mention that. So we actually got from the manufacturer like a 30% bulk discount, because with this we're buying so many, so they gave us a discount.
I wonder if we were to buy the bleachers for the other schools, if they'd give us a 30% discount if we would include it in.
I like the way you negotiate.
If we don't ask, we won't ever find out.
I will do my due diligence, sir, when that time comes.
But if we fold it in with what we're doing right now, I mean, it might be a reality, but, send us this now, we'll get this in the summertime.
Right.
To get, instead of 75, it might be, 55?
I guess the
Maybe.
issue is you're asking for the funding for next school year.
In the coming capital
Coming
funds,
budget, yes. So you
because
don't,
everything is
you don't have the
allocated.
funding right now to do this set
Right.
aside. Yeah.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Moore,
No,
about
ma'am.
this item? Okay.
For approval.
For bleacher, okay. I will entertain a motion for the bleacher repairs. Motion by Mr. Carroll. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Anton. Any discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor for the bleacher repairs at the designated cost, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. 7-0.
All right, shifting gears to design. My next item is for design of the new elementary school within the 2022 bond. This school is critical to provide capacity to accommodate the Cleveland, McGee's, Four Oaks, and beyond areas of our county. These services are for the design and the oversight of the construction as well. Our RFQ was advertised in December 2nd, 2022, following interviews. Ratio Design out of Raleigh, NC was selected to provide these services following scoping meetings, programming, negotiating. We recommend approval to contract with them for a fee of $2,520,000. Again, contingency of $200,000 is requested for surveying, soil testing, soil boring, construction QA testing, and all. And again, this is a 2022 bond funded request.
I'll entertain a motion.
Quick, can I ask a quick question? I was just reading this paper. It says that the school will have capacity of 900 students for just pre-K through 5.
Yes, sir.
Is that enough? Is 900 enough?
Not for us, but within one school, yes, that's enough.
It's an elementary school. It's a huge elementary school.
900's a lot of elementary kids.
I just know where it's going, and I know where people are moving.
Yeah, yep.
I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Mr. Wooten motion. I have a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Tippett. Any other discussion or questions?
I'm gonna have a comment, and Bruce and I have had, and facilities head and superintendent have had many conversations. I just think we have traditionally built schools on a model basis, and we had a presentation that historically there's about a 16% savings in our cost building model schools. And we haven't had a discussion as a board or a county, are we gonna move away from that? And I think it's a fair discussion that we should have. If we can save 16%, 10%, I think we need to be looking at it. And, looking at the designs of all the presentations, there's not a tremendous difference in what we see, the product that they put out there. But, and I understand we gotta go move ahead, and the decisions have been made in this particular moment. But before we continue on, if we're looking at $700 million and we save 10%, minimum 10% in our construction costs, we can build another middle elementary school with no more money. So, I would encourage us to have that conversation and to really consider it and understand that process. And if it's something that we decide that it's not really gonna save us anything, or it's not the route we wanna go, so be it. But I don't think we need to walk away from that without a discussion. And this is not a criticism of anybody. This is just to say we need to think about it.
Can we save money doing it? Is it cheaper to change designs, or what Kay's talking about, the typical design? And I guess what I'm thinking, are we looking at a 1-story or 2-story elementary school?
2-story.
Two-story to limit which will limit the exits and exit doors in the school.
Exits
as well.
And the overall footprint of roof, exterior walls, footings, everything else.
So yeah, right. So and the cost of that is not going to. I guess you got to. You got to put it on the scales and see which way you go. Are we going to save money with the plan we did in the past, or are we going to be better for safety and for everything else, and it actually save money by going 2-story?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think we need to realize that there are 2-story models out there too. We haven't built them in Johnston County in the past, but there's certainly the availability is there, and we do have some freedom legislatively. Well, I think that came about that we do have some freedom that helps achieve that. I think
We also talked about the need for changing the model of schools because tracts of land are few and far between as they were years before. So we're not going to be able to build your large spread, fingered, 1-story high schools and middle schools. We're going to have to go up. And I think that was the purpose of the new design, is we were going multi-level, and it's probably going to be the future of Johnston County schools, even for our high schools, because, land's a precious commodity in Johnston County now. So as we continue to grow and build schools, it's going to be on less land, and you got to have at least enough for ball fields and that type thing, so we're gonna have to go up.
Right.
Any other discussion?
I think we need to consider the actual cost of operating the schools once they're built as well, because when you get these large spread out schools that are ranch style with huge roof surfaces that have to be replaced, the heating and cooling cost goes up, the amount of entrances in and out require more safety protocols for the administrators. If we're talking about having SROs, that's more to handle over there. I just think overall in the climate of today, because we're not in the 90s anymore, moving to this going up on a smaller footprint is going to save us energy-wise, is going to be safer. And the thing is, we don't necessarily have to change it up. Like, if we find a model that we like, we can replicate that at different sites. If there's an elementary school, it seems like it works well.
Well, I'm saying that's why we need to at least look at it and consider it, because as I say, our high schools, the model high schools are already multiple stories. They have, there are models out there that are 2 stories elementary, 2-story middles, and if we can find some savings there, we should at least look at it. We should.
I'm with you.
You know, and that's all I'm saying.
And we do need to build, in addition to this school, 3 more elementary schools. So I'm going to do my job to make sure this design is the most efficient that it can be. And hey, maybe this is our new model.
Any other discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of this design service and the contract with them, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0.
Okay, and our second contract for design service this is for Cooper Academy Edition. And in addition to Cooper is critical considering its location within the town of Clayton. After the addition is program though, there are funds that will go. There are additional funds that will go towards high priority renovation needs within the existing school. Again, from that same RFQ, Boomerang Design out of Raleigh, NC was selected to provide these services. After scoping and programming and negotiations, we recommend approval of the contract with Boomerang Design for a fee of $1,217,944 and allowance of $200,000 is also requested for this one, and that is a 2022 bond funded project.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Anton. Any discussion or questions?
I just wanted to, this is going to add like capacity for about 400 students, is that correct?
Correct. We basically will double the size of Cooper. We're projecting from our scoping like 23 to 26 classrooms will be added.
So it's a significant improvement to the school and for the design costs, considering we have existing buildings that are going to be complicated to work around. This seems like a fair
Absolutely.
price.
What's your thoughts on remaining funds?
Well,
Because I do think that I was glad to see the high priority for renovation needs that are currently there.
Well,
I just know what we're sitting at right now with.
yeah, and I was at the state construction conference a couple weeks ago, and unfortunately, the state with their upcoming projects are projecting a 14% escalation next year. So time is of the essence for us.
Absolutely. Any other? If there's no other questions or discussion, I'll call for the vote. I'm sorry. We have a motion, right? And second, I'm sorry. We've done so many, I'm lost. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'll call for the vote to approve the contract with Boomerang Design All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. 7-0, thanks.
What is next? Is it the purchase of property? Yes. Okay. Parcel 17K08028A, owned by Cat Properties of Johnston County LLC, was identified as an optimal location for not only the planned high school coming up, but a combined use site for a future middle school. A 90-acre portion of the site was originally recommended, but following a request by the county commissioners, the entire site has been negotiated for purchase. Funding for the purchase was approved by the commissioners, and the school portion was included in the 2022 bond referendum. A period of due diligence has been completed with no concerns on the Phase 1 environmental site assessment. So the original request was for 90 acres for 2.7 million. I negotiated the purchase of the entire site, which is 218 acres, for 4.2 million. Contract was signed, and I am humbled but proud to say that the appraisal was 6.5 million. So I think we're doing pretty good with purchasing this site. And again, this is a partial bond and then partial county funded purchase of the whole thing.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the purchase of this property. Motion by Mr. Carroll, a second. Second by Mr. Donovan. Any questions, discussion?
I think moving forward with the purchase of this land is a good plan. To have several hundred acres with a high school and a middle school allows for more growth, more opportunity for facilities. As the county gains population, I mean, we don't have a natatorium for our swim teams. We don't have facilities to host different events, and at least having the land purchased would give us the opportunity in the future if something would come up that we can have those options available to us.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the purchase of the Towton property for $4.2 million, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0.
All right. One more property, parcel 15H06015, owned by Robertson Wellens, has been identified as an optimal location for the new elementary school in the 2022 bond. A 20-acre portion of the parcel will be carved out and purchased for the new school. A period of due diligence has been completed, and we recommend purchasing it for a total cost of $800,000. Again, this is a 2022 bond funded purchase for the new elementary school.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the purchase of Wellens property.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, a second. Mr. Carroll, any discussion or questions? This is property down
Cleveland
Road.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any discussion or questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the purchase of the Wellens property for $800,000, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-0.
All right, one more. Last but not least is the Cleveland High track resurfacing project. The track at Cleveland High is severely degraded. Large portions have come off and is a safety issue. Further, the school is not allowed to host track meets because of the condition of the track surfacing. Request is for the board to approve a contract with the low bidder, Binding Sports of Cockeysville, Maryland. The Facilities and Construction Department recommends the structural spray option. If you see the attached bid tab. So that's not the high end, like a college track, but that's not bare bones low end but it does have a structural spray coating to help prolong the life of it. That is for a cost of $284,450. It's not anticipated, but a 1.5-inch asphalt overlay could be required after the current surfacing is removed. And at that time, we'll investigate that. But approval is requested so construction wouldn't have to stop, and we have to come back to the board and all of that. So just in case, approval is to include the asphalt overlay just in case if it is deemed necessary. A contingency of $30,000 is also requested for this one as well, and this is a FY 22-23 capital funded project.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the Cleveland High Track resurfacing.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Donovan. Any second?
Second?
Second by Ms. Anton. Thank you.
How old was that track?
It was the school was built in what 2009, 10?
Well, it opened in 10, but it was probably put down in 9.
So it's
Okay.
And it's in
probably
terrible
about
shape.
14 years old, the surfacing.
What would be the projected cost of a 1.5-inch asphalt overlay should it need to be done?
That's at the bottom. So the alternate price for that was $131,200. So with the middle, the structural spray surfacing and that would be a combined total of $415,650. Oh, it's not linked? It was linked? Oh. Oh. Okay, so okay.
We only see the 284,450.
Really? Okay. So there was an alternate on the bid form for this asphalt overlay. That price was $131,200. So basically, they'll scrape the surface, and if it needs paving, they'll pave that on top, and then put the new surfacing on top of that, paint the lines and all of that. Adding that to the surfacing price would give you a total construction cost of $415,650.
So it increased the cost by about a third, and that's not out of line in my opinion.
And the budget was for $450, so we're okay either way.
Yeah, we already have a motion second. I just wait to see if there's any other
I
questions.
just got one question about tracks in general for the high schools. Are they on rotation around the county you talk about looking at facilities and making sure they don't get to the problems like Triple S's tennis courts, where you gotta spend more money to bring it back to where it needs to be or usable.
Right.
Are we looking at our tracks on a 10-year basis to say, if we repair it now, it'll be a whole lot cheaper than repairing it 5 years from now?
Right. Yes, and we are now. Within the 18 bond, we did 3 tracks, and one of them, Triple S had to be completely redone, upgrade everything, and I think that project was like 1.8 million. But we are doing surfacing starting with this one, and I think next year I don't want to say, but there's
Making sure they was
there
on
are-
a rotation too.
there are the remaining ones will be playing one per year on capital request.
I would just ask, and you don't have to answer it, but I would ask what Corinth Holder's track is like because it was built the very same year.
I think that's the one, but
Because they're, the same track, same year, so it's got to be close to.
yeah.
Do we have any schools that are unable, you said Cleveland couldn't, do we have any other schools that are unable to participate on their tracks this year because of this?
As far as I know, just this one, but I'm sure Corinth and Princeton and I think North Johnston are getting there.
Sorry. Mr. Moore, after this elementary school is built, you're going to have the new school, Cleveland, Westview, Polenta, all right there together, pretty much.
Yeah.
And you're going to have McGee's 5-6 miles down the road. That's absolutely amazing.
And they're all feeding Cleveland Middle.
Right.
Which is why the school site for the high school was purchased with the
Right.
middle school in mind. And why a 2024 bond is critical.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote on the Cleveland High track resurfacing. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0.
That is all. I'm gonna
Thank you.
pack up my dolly.
Good evening again, board members. I have 2 items for your consideration. They're both action items. The first, on behalf of Dr. Bracy, we have 4 administrative personnel recommendations. First, assistant principal with a standard 2-year contract, LaShonda Millette for East Clayton Elementary School. Second, interim assistant principal, Andrea Andino for Clayton High School. Then 2 central administrative positions, Henry Smith for risk management administrator and Suzanne Walker for energy manager.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for these positions, personnel recommendations to be approved. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion they're approved. Approval
Motion
of
by Mr. Tippett. Do I
4 positions.
have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Second from Ms. Anton. Any discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of these personnel recommendations, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0.
Thank you. The next item is the 2023-2024 traditional calendar proposal. Also an action item. Board members, as we all know, creating a calendar each school year, school systems have to follow general statutes. The calendar committee certainly appreciates the efforts on the board, the legislative committee, to put together a resolution and to communicate and contact our elected officials to try to get movement on the calendar. The calendar that we are presenting to you this evening meets current legislative requirements. However, it is not the ideal calendar. It is the best of the limited options that we have. So just to remind our public and board, I know that you are well versed on the legal requirements, but General Statute 115C 84.2 outlines requirements for the development of a calendar. And there are lots of requirements within that statute, such as having a minimum of 185 student days or 1,025 hours of instruction. We typically meet the hours of instruction requirement. 215 days of employment for 10-month staff. So in other words, when you add up the number of student days, work days, annual leave days, holidays, all of that has to total 215. We also cannot open school for students no earlier than the Monday closest to August 26th for next school year. That is Monday, August 28th. Every person on the calendar committee, I think, would love to start school prior to August 28th, but we are unable to do so. And then the closing date for students no later than the Friday closest to June 11th. We do have a calendar committee, as I mentioned. There are 40-plus individuals who represent our various stakeholders in our community, and I'm not sure why they're not with me this evening. I invited them all to be here. They're tuning in, I'm sure. But after reviewing, I believe we had 18 possible calendars that we reviewed. We narrowed that down to 3. We put those 3 on the school system's website and asked for feedback through a survey. And based on that feedback from the survey and additional input from the calendar committee, we came to the proposed calendar that you see before us. And board members, I'll be glad to go through the calendar, answer questions. I know you've had time to review it, but to save a little bit of time, I won't spend minutes going through all the little details of the calendar, but I know you've had time to review it. But I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Vetrano, I know we don't have flexibility like we would like as far as the school calendar, but were there not a couple counties that took the flexibility upon themselves and set the starting date for schools last year on their own?
There have been some LEAs last year, and I know that there have already been some that have adopted calendars for next year, in which those calendars are not meeting the legislative requirements. So that is a risk those LEAs have taken and are taking.
And I would add to that that Union County initially, which is a large county, initially voted to defy the general statute and quickly rescinded that proposal because they were threatened with a lawsuit immediately. I believe a large county like Johnston County would also be threatened with a lawsuit very quickly. It's also my understanding that, again, Raven from Brunswick County, New Hanover County, who everyone should contact and let him know, since he's holding every local education agency hostage to his whim, along with Senator Berger of Rockingham County. So if you're a constituent of his up in Rockingham, please reach out to him. That they are trying to find ways in which to punish districts that are taking not following the general statute, and that would be removal of funds. And I know that the superintendent's salary is one of the ones that they have specifically stated they would like to remove from districts, and I would like to have Dr. Bracy funded and running our schools. So I am not a fan of trying to defy the law. I would like to change the law, which is why we need to put pressure on these legislators.
It's very discouraging that a couple people have that much power to control the school calendar, though. So, but I'm just a little frustrated. I think we should have flexibility, and I agree that we need to be calling the people that are holding everybody hostage of the flexibility of their independent LEAs. So.
And it's sort of saddening, disheartening that we have elected officials that when they don't listen to the public and they see the public go in the direction they want to do, and then they want to take a pound of flesh retribution because they won't listen to their constituents.
I think we all feel very strongly about that. I did have a question. I know we have a lot of required work days here. Dr. King, I guess I was just going to ask in regards to staff development. You know, one of the things we heard was please do staff development. Don't do it during the school day. Don't put, we're already short staffed. So I'm looking at this calendar and I'm saying that this calendar looks like it can help with that situation. Am I correct?
We have 8 days prior to school beginning.
And the teachers did want it before school, not at the end of the school year.
Correct.
Wasn't that one of the things? Yeah.
Correct. And 3 of those days are designated required county days, meaning that from curriculum and instruction, they will be having curriculum development, professional development on those days.
But our hope would be that would, I know it can't eliminate it totally, but I hope that would reduce the number of times that the teachers are being pulled out. Am I saying that? No, you're shaking your head no. They're still coming out.
As long as letters is
well,
required.
letters training, I understand letters training is a different. Okay. All right.
To complete the modules that are required
Right, I understand.
letters,
That's been the one thing that's been difficult, and they've worked with the teachers, but that's just one thing that we hear, is I'm getting pulled from classroom and we don't have subs, that kind of thing.
Right. If, going back to flexibility, if we had true flexibility, I think that ideally it would be nice if you could have a couple of work days, at least one, but a couple of work days each month. to build in as needed PD throughout the year. But what happens is, because of our inability to be able to have a calendar like we want it, once we start school, we want to try to get things done so that we can finish school. And then it limits the number of work days that you can put in between, because as you add work days in between, then you're stretching out your year. But if we could start school earlier, then we could build in those work days throughout the year as needed, which is very nice to be able to have that flexibility.
Our restart schools are not beholden to that general statute, are they? Can they start earlier?
They can. I will say, while there are advantages, there are challenges with that. When you have schools on different calendars, it presents challenges for school nutrition, for transportation. We went down that road one time, and we're back where we are now. But you are right, that is an option.
Rowan Salisbury schools, the entire district became a restart district, which gave them a lot more flexibility. I know the restart label has bad connotations, but it actually provides a lot more flexibility, and maybe, I don't know, it's just something to think.
Mr. Vetrano, I wanted to make it clear that I was voicing my frustration with the legislature.
Oh, I understand that.
Not the calendar committee.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate what the calendar committee does with what they have to work with. It's very difficult.
Yes, sir. And they would gladly come back and work more if we were given some flexibility. They'd put this one to the side and start from the fresh. And in fact, we already have one drafted just in case we had flexibility.
Presentation. I'll entertain a motion for the proposed 2023-2024 traditional school calendar. Have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Donovan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Anton. Any further discussion or questions? If not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of this proposed traditional school calendar for the 2023-2024 school year, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-0.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Bracy, and I just want to thank Mr. Vetrano for having the one item tonight that didn't involve money. So thank you, Mr. Vetrano. I appreciate that. So back to the money discussion again. I have two items for your consideration tonight. The first one being the fourth budget amendment of our fiscal year. And to dive right in. So as we talk about our budget throughout the year, I just want to let everybody know that we do have quite a bit of detailed financial information on our website. We have our budgets, we have prior year audit reports, we have ESSER information. There's a whole lot of information that's contained on the webpage. So if you go to Johnston County Schools departments and into finance, you can get a whole wealth of information there, even beyond what you see here tonight. Our fourth budget amendment for this fiscal year includes a couple of significant changes. The first of which is a transfer of $326,000 from one CTE program to another, and that's a normal transfer that they do each year as far as transferring dollars that were used for salaries into a supply line. The one thing that's different this year is just the amount of dollars due to the amount of vacancies. But those funds stay within the CTE program, and they fund things like supplies, computers, they replace computer labs, different things like that for the program. There's an additional $425,000 that came through for state revenue, and as we found out, I think this week or last week, there's more funds coming for the bus garage. If you remember back in February, one of my main concerns of our current budget was the shortage that our transportation department had with state funds, and I don't know if the state was listening whenever we had that conversation, but they came through with a lot of state reserve funding that was applied for by the transportation department. So I want to thank them for that as well. So you'll see an additional allotment coming for there, and that'll help pull them out of the red. We have a $1.8 million Smart Bus Safety Pilot Program that was awarded last year, and that was carried forward to this year. It's one of the few state funds that actually carries over from one year to the next because it's a state grant that was awarded to specific school districts around the state as part of legislative action. We have an additional $2.2 million allocated for additional facility needs, and you'll see that on a future slide, that is using fund balance. Then we had an additional $453,000 of new Medicaid money that came in, which was as expected. So to look into our current expense budget, which we also call Fund 2, we also call it local funds, you'll see that where we have pulled some vacancy savings from and transferred those savings down to supplement our use of fund balance to support facilities with a list that you're going to see on the next slide, and to cover weapons detection and some other items there. And so we pulled where we could without getting, without cutting those budgets too thin, and then budgeted fund balance. If you'll note on the very bottom of the screen, we have a total of $13.1 million of fund balance budgeted, but I don't expect that we will spend that much money. I have to budget more each year than what we'll actually spend for a couple reasons, one of which you'll see on the next slide, but also because I can't overspend in any one category. So I have to have enough funds to cover each category, even though I know there's going to be a little bit of money left in each category. So if I overspend by purpose, it's an automatic audit finding, and then I have to explain why I'm going to do better next year before you. So looking at the details here for the transfer, this is the 3.2 of the $3.8 million that we're transferring into facility services for repairs and the projects you see on the screen. If you look on the left, you see our start year, then you see our end year. And so these are the projects that the facilities department believe that they should be able to start and complete before June 30th of this year. And the total amount is $3.2 million of fund balance that you see. And then looking at what the projects would be that we would start this fiscal year, but will probably bleed over into next fiscal year, is an additional $610,000 of projects that you see there. As our current year progresses, you may see additional projects that get added to this list that's on the screen now. It just depends on what the facilities is able to complete by June 30th. If they're not able to complete it by June 30th, then that will be listed on our financial statements as restricted funds for subsequent years' expenditures. And so how that works is we will have to key a purchase order this year, so we have to have it budgeted this year with board authorized funds, and then we'll need to rebudget it next year because the actual checks will be written next year. So it'll cross two fiscal years. Yes, but we feel pretty comfortable, if I'm speaking right there, Brooks, we feel pretty comfortable that this list will continue over until next fiscal year of the $610,000. And that is the summary of the budget amendment for your consideration tonight.
Okay, this is an action item. I'll entertain a motion to approve the budget amendment 4.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Wooten. Any discussion? If none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of this budget amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
7-0.
The second item I have for this evening, I'm just a messenger for. This is, I'm very happy to be the messenger for this part. I'm often the bearer of bad news, but I'm very happy to be able to talk about bonuses for our staff. So this is our 23-24 recruiting and retention plan. So this will be for next fiscal year. And before we get into it, I just want to give a thanks to all those that have worked so hard in this. This is a collaboration between Dr. Bracey, the Finance Committee, Human Resources, Finance, the executive team, and we've also received a lot of feedback over the years from previous bonuses that have been paid We've received that feedback from teachers and staff, and we've tried to incorporate as many of those ideas and comments into this plan as we could. And so just a thank you to all those that have contributed through this process. So to get into the details, this plan contains two components. There is a recruiting bonus and a retention bonus parts of it. And so it will essentially mean that every employee at Johnston County Schools that work in a permanent position, whether full-time or part-time, will receive a bonus in next fiscal year, so in the 23-24 fiscal year. The total cost of that bonus is not expected to exceed $7.4 million, and the majority of it will be paid from fund balance. We may have some vacancy savings that we can put into it, and there will be potentially, if it's funded for next year, there could be a small amount that is paid from state funds, which you'll see on the next slide. So there are no strings attached. There's no prepayments. There's no repayments. There's no forms to sign. And the reason why we can offer all those things is for a couple of reasons. One is we're recommending to split this up into a monthly payment instead of all at once up front. Another thing that is working in our favor this time is that this is locally funded, so it is funds that the board already has, at its discretion, and so we don't have to jump through any federal hoops, for ESSER or anything like that. So it's a lot easier to plan and pay for the upcoming year. So the details on the recruiting bonus side. So it is tiered based off of the difficult to fill positions throughout our district. So the highest tier of bonus would be paid to it'd be $4,000 to all newly hired certified EC, secondary math, and secondary science teachers to work at D, F, or Smithfield feeder pattern schools, to work in those schools in those positions hired for during the 23-24 school year. So basically, if you're an EC teacher, a secondary math, secondary science teacher within those schools, if you're hired for those positions for this upcoming year, you would be paid $400 per month over a 10-month period there. And then the next tier is $2,500 for all other certified EC, secondary math, secondary science teachers at all other schools. So that would be $250 per month for a period of 10 months for a total of $2,500. And then for all other teachers and instructional support staff, so this would include classroom teachers, guidance counselors, media specialists, et cetera, hired between July and October, there would be a $2,000 bonus, again paid $200 per month. And so those dates on there are very specific, and that is mirroring what the state has done over the last 2 years for low wealth bonuses. So that would be the portion that would be funded by state funds if it is reallotted by the state again next year. But again, all new hires, all newly hired teachers would receive a bonus for this upcoming year. It would just be as you'll see on the next slide, there's another category for them as well. So it's also prorated. It would be if you are hired, let's say you are a EC teacher that is hired for SSS, and you begin in January instead of August, you would receive $400 a month, but that pay would start in July and run through May, and so you would have 4 months or 5 months of that allotted amount of money. So it's prorated if you work a partial year. The total cost of this component of the plan is expected to be around $750,000, and of course that amount will vary depending on the number of people that we're able to hire. Any questions on the recruiting bonus before I jump over to the retention bonus part? Now for the retention bonus for all current employees is tiered as well, just slightly less dollar amounts. For the same categories, we had a $4,000 bonus before. For existing EC, secondary math, secondary science, currently working at DF or Smithfield feeder pattern schools would receive $300 a month for a total of $3,000. And then for all other certified staff, so this would be all other teachers within our school, they would receive $150 a month paid out over 10 months for a total of $1,500. Then for classified staff, and this classified staff would include all classified staff in permanent positions. So it would include school nutrition, it would include driver onlys, it would include custodians, everybody that's in a permanent position, whether full or part-time, would receive a bonus. If they are working, for the purpose of this bonus, we consider full-time as those working 30 hours a week or more. So that will include all our school nutrition assistants, where their normal full-time week is 30 hours. So that will include, they would get the full $1,000 bonus. For everybody else that is in a permanent position, and let's say they work half-time, then it would just be half of the $1,000 bonus. So it's all prorated based on your percentage of employment. So like I said, every employee that is employed with Johnston County Public Schools next year can count on, work in a permanent position could count on a bonus based on this plan here. And this is not a comprehensive list of all the bonuses. You know, the state typically comes out with their bonus list, you know, June or July for the upcoming year. And then we also have historically paid the low performing school bonus and a referral bonus, and that's for discussion as we go on through the budget year. But wanted to go ahead and get this out there so HR could go ahead and start advertising this and as part of their recruiting plan.
I'll entertain a motion to accept this recruiting bonus and the current bonus. It's a total price, potential total price of $7,485,000.
Yes,
Mr. Britt, if you pay $7.4 million, are you prepared to say where that will leave you fund balance wise? Are you prepared tonight to?
So our projection has been changing almost weekly here, and it's because we've had so many changes at the state level with funding, both positive and negative. We just found out this week, you know, I've told you about the positive that we had with transportation, but I also had a negative to hit this week. We lost over $600,000 of EC funding this week with what I call a head count transfer, to use their words, which was a much larger amount than I had anticipated or budgeted for. So we've got that combined with inflation. We also have our continued vacancy savings. So what I guess I'm saying is I'm asking for a bit of grace with my projections for this year, because it is literally changing every single week. There's movement in both directions.
Probably not below the threshold that you and I've been talking about.
No,
okay.
No, we're even so when I say worst case scenario, I'm talking about a worst financial case scenario, and all of that $7.4 million were to come out of fund balance, we would still be, you know, in a sustainable position. We're not going to put ourselves in a position where we couldn't operate next year.
$20 million.
Yes,
we'll be there at the minimum.
Oh yes, sir.
Yeah. I wanted to publicly say that with Mr. Carroll sitting right here.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to accept this proposal for recruiting bonuses and current employee bonuses. Do I have a second?
Second.
Did you get that? Okay. Any discussion or questions further?
Just to be clear, Mr. Britt, this is also driver onlys?
Yes, sir. Yep, sure does. Mm-hmm.
And to Dr. Bracey's point, this is sustainable for the current year. You said that we're going to have sticker shock with all the inflation on our June budget.
Yes, ma'am.
And this will fit in there. And that is assuming, I guess, that you're not going to get any less funding than you had from the county commissioners in the prior year.
That's right. So we have we're putting together a line by line budget request. So we've gone to every department, and schools have turned in their request as well, and what we're seeing for inflation and what we're looking at for what the word on the street from what the state is looking to do salary increases for next year, which has a local component to that. Plus, this would be the final year of our salary compression, where we've been compressing 8 steps every year, but this is the more expensive of those steps. This is the last move that moves just about everybody on our classified scale to a 30 step thing. So this is a year that will likely have sticker shock, as you said. Yeah.
And we can still maintain these bonuses even with everything that you're relaying to us right now?
Yes, ma'am. Because everything that we've just talked about, as far as bonuses not bonuses, but salary increases, if the funding doesn't come through, then we can just stick to, instead of doing an 8-step compression, we might do a 4-step compression, or we might do a 2-step compression, depending on how the county funds come in, or what the priorities of the board are. So you can shift priorities and say, well, we don't want to do this, we want to do that, so that gives you the ability to adjust if need be. So I guess I'm telling you, our wish list is sticker shock.
And you also feel good about this because it's 1 year.
Correct. That's right. Yeah, we would. There's no way we would be able to sustain this yearly. This would be
unless something changed.
That's right. We would need something dramatic.
And I do want to say, you said there's no paperwork to sign. There's this is, when you said retention bonus, I go back to what we did before. But in this, it's your money. It's this money that belongs to our staff.
That's correct.
Any other questions or discussion?
Just want to thank the Finance Committee for all of their deliberations with this. We talked about retention bonuses, and they were very passionate about if we're going to pay. We talked about recruitment bonuses, and they were passionate about if we're going to pay people to come here, we cannot forget about our people that are already here. So I want to thank them for all that insight.
Okay. No further discussion. I'll entertain the vote. All those in favor of this retention and recruitment plan, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-0.
Thank you.
Dr. Pierce.
Keep my thoughts to myself. First item on your agenda is the CAP schools list for 23-24. Board members, policy 4150 states that the Board of Education will not entertain requests for reassignments to those schools which are projected enrollment exceeds capacity established for the schools in which they are reassigned, the reassignment would lead to. And so our window for current renewals is open, and our window for new reassignments will open May 15th. And so it is our recommendation that you approve the CAP schools list that is up on the screen here, understanding that those schools have been determined based on them not having at least 61 available seats or more in those schools. We have added Micro Elementary, Princeton Elementary, Riverwood Elementary, Swift Creek Middle, Smithfield Selma High School. And from last year to this year, we have removed Powhatan Elementary and West Clayton Elementary. And I would also, before you take a vote on this, just remind you that just because the school's not up there does not mean that a grade in the school may not be capped based on the K-2 class size requirements, so that we don't have to add additional staff. So we may still have capped grades. And this is an action item.
Okay, it is an action item. I'll entertain a motion to accept this capped school list.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Woot. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Anton. Thank you. Any discussion or questions? If none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of this capped school list for the 2023-2024 school year, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-0.
The next item is weapons detection systems. If you remember back in November, we came to you after our county commissioners helped fund Open Gate and an involved weapons detection system. Just so you all know, installs are currently taking place, and we will go live at most of our schools, or starting at schools on Thursday. So we've got those processes in place. And one of the things as we've started this that we had the question come back to us is that originally we just put them at the front doors of our elementary schools. And so our elementary schools come back and said, well, how about our car riders and bus riders in those areas? And so what we're coming to you tonight is for additional 27 Open Gate devices from Point Security for a total price of $451,308.04. And that would be paid out of fund balance. as an action item.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion for the purchase of this open gate weapon detection systems. Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Carroll. Any discussion or questions?
I appreciate you coming back to us for that. It's important that front doors and back doors are covered in elementary schools.
And I know just from being in the schools are excited about this. They're excited about having this, and so are parents. And I do want to also commend our county commissioners for the to thank them for the funding they provided. When we went and asked, they never asked. They never questioned us. They just made a way for the money. So we appreciate that. Any other discussion?
My only question is that for funding, that it's all coming out of fund balance. And I was wondering if we had any safety grant money left that we could use towards it, or any other.
All the money that's left, there's $1,217,000, and all that was allocated for security cameras that we have yet to do.
Any other questions? All right, I entertain the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, 7-0.
And the last item that I have before you all tonight is for contract transportation. Board members, earlier in the year, it was approved for us to do contract transportation through Burrell Transit and Student Transportation of America. This is not for any additional funds, but the original contracts, POs were granted for up to $250,000. Based on the way the funding comes from our pre-K program, we need to run it into the same PO. And so we'd like to increase that PO for both Burrell and Transportation of America to $375,000. This would not be any additional funds, just approval to increase the PO for those two transportation companies that we use.
So it's an action item? Okay.
Action item, yes.
All right, I'll entertain a motion for this contract for transportation.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Donovan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Anton. Thank you. Any discussion or questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote for the contract transportation. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other informal discussion that needs to take place?
Ms. Andrews, may I? Yes, ma'am, thank you. I just want to discuss earlier 3 sentences. I've remained kind and respectful throughout this entire ordeal, and I feel like earlier was inappropriate and orchestrated and a public display of disrespect based on me just wanting to be heard, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Are you referring to me?
I'm referring to the comments, yes.
Let me go back and one thing. 'Cause I said the very same thing that I said in closed session last month. Now, when Ms. Antoine brings up in emails to me and the board that we should let the public know in open session. Ms. Antoine, you're absolutely correct. We should let the public know in open session. That's why I requested a timeline, because if I'm going to be questioned as to why I haven't responded, then I'm going to respond. That's why I made the statement that I made, because again, you know that it was the same thing I said a month ago in closed session, which would not have made it public. When I'm called out of something I've done, then I'm going to respond. Now I understand, but that's the reason that I respond, and that's the reason I asked Ms. Andrews to give me a timeline so that I could tell the public the timeline.
I understand that.
Now, I also said, that was done again. Do you remember in closed session I made the very same comments a month ago?
Absolutely, but with different connotation. I mean, you said earlier today that we would disagree and go have we would disagree and go have a hamburger, right. But then in public you're trying to elicit a confrontation with me, Mr. Tippett.
No, I didn't appreciate your response to me when I was talking. That's why I elicited a response from you.
I believe you spoke first, sir.
No, I'm talking about when I'm talking. You made the response to me. You're sitting. You said it. You seemed like a joke to you. That was my interpretation. And I take it very seriously. And I don't
When
think
you're
you
in
do.
closed session laughing about $185,000 and continuing on that road, rubbing it in based on prior events.
not
Well, the
rubbing
group
anything.
well, not the collective, but there was about 4 of you in here rubbing it in closed
I'm
session.
I'm not rubbing anything, and I'm responding to you because that's why I asked for the timeline, and that's why I made it public in open session, because I was, and Ms. Antoine is 100% correct. We made.
The only thing I asked for is for him to be added to the agenda. I don't think it was an open call for a display in front of the award and character education students to have a display like what you did. That's my personal opinion.
You said in your email that Terry Tippett said in open apologized. You said in an email to the board that Terry Tippett apologized in open session. Did you not say that?
Sir, I did, and I requested that an agenda item be added to the backside of this agenda. So he could say what he has to say, you can defend yourself, and we can do it. It's what time, 10:30 at night? Very few people are going to be here. We aren't going to have students here. It's not a display. That's what I was asking for. And yes, you did make that statement to the public, to Ron, in January, at an open meeting.
That is correct, and that's why you put me in a position when you make that motion. That's why you put me in a position to respond at the time the motion is made.
I only asked that it be added to the agenda. You made it what you made it. You control your own actions.
I can share all the emails. We can. The emails are public.
We
Go
could
ahead.
certainly share all
The
the
emails are
emails, yes,
public.
sir. We
Any-
certainly could.
Emails are public.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to just close it on school business and stuff that we've heard that is important to the county. We heard from teachers today that they would like our support in a resolution about the Truett plan. So I think the legislative committee has dealt with this, so the sooner we can bring that resolution forward, the better. We have been hearing passionately from parents of EC program students. I think we need to have a discussion about the ABA. We need to look into it. We need to hear information about it. I don't know anything about it, but if it's being done and it helps the kids, then we need to look at it and decide whether or not it's something that, we can have happen in this school. And the other thing is, we have had instances of, we have to deal with vaping in our schools. It is.
Just hit on my two as well. I wanted to end on vaping in the ABA.
Yeah, I mean, it's illegal it's not illegal, I guess, for them to possess the thing, but it is illegal under the age of 21 to actually use it. And that's going on in our schools. And I think we need to address that issue, and we just,
I actually sent, I had a parent contact me about this because the serums inside the vapes sometimes are including marijuana and other things. And I'm hearing from parents all the time that they're smelling that, their students are smelling that coming out of our bathrooms. I reached out to Dr. Bracey. I knew that Dr. King in his Virginia district had run a vaping program. I asked Dr. Bracey and Dr. King if they could bring us something. And I think Dr. King replied positively to that. I don't know if he's preparing something.
But these are issues that we need to deal with, that affects our schools, our student environment, and our staff environment.
I agree.
And on the ABA therapist policy, early on when I was contacted by parents, and I have replied to each parent, and I've replied to them based on their circumstances. I'm not copying and pasting anything. I feel very strongly about this particular issue. I've had my own children who have had IEPs, and the fact that we aren't serving the needs of some of these students breaks my heart. The fact that some of the board members will not answer to these parents is troubling to me. When I initially found that first email, I forwarded it up to the executive director. I have never received a response from her. I did receive a response from Dr. Bracey. I did ask the executive director if she and Dr. Bracey can't handle it to please provide a policy, send it up to our policy committee so they can form a policy so these students can do that. We already have outside therapists that do come into our schools. We have a contract with Hope Services. where it's a different type of therapy, but they are indeed coming to schools and serving students. I feel like there is no reason to withhold services, especially to our most vulnerable children, children that are injuring themselves without a therapist with them. It doesn't cost the schools anything. We just heard from Dr. Britt, Mr. Britt, who said that we just lost $600,000 in EC funding. It baffles me why a chair and a vice chair who are both EC trained and specialized in that in their careers haven't answered back to these parents in a more meaningful way.
Well, I think we've just opened a discussion that we need as a board to know. I understand you've done a lot of work and they do understand it, I understand, but some of us don't. And, I apologize to a parent of an EC child that I didn't respond to an email because it was way above my head. I have no idea, what they were talking about. I've inquired, and the point is we need more information presented to us as a board so we can deal with it effectively.
And I want to respond to what you said, because I have responded. I've responded to these parents. But I know that we must follow the federal guidelines, and the law specifically says that decisions are made about a child services are made in an IEP team meeting. You know that. For a parent to come, and I understand what these parents are saying, I too feel like we need to look at this. But first and foremost, an IEP team must meet, determine the individualized educational plan for that child, and then it is up to the school system to implement that plan. And that has not taken place. There's not been an IEP meeting in recent times, but we'll talk about that later. But please don't say that I'm not responsive to the needs of exceptional children in Johnston County. Wait, because I have answered these parents, and that is what I have asked them to do. As a parent and I agree, I think we need to look at this. I don't have a problem looking at it. But the place that it starts is in the IEP meeting for each child. It is not the business of this board to say that a child gets a specific service.
And that was what brought to us, is that these parents did have the IEP meeting. They had the IEP team on their side. They had the principal on their side. It was our executive director, who refuses to even answer to the board members, who was refusing and actually told these parents that there was a policy against it. And when I asked that director, what's the policy, and the parent said, what's the policy, and she could not come up with a policy, that things kind of escalated. And the truth is, we need to meet the needs.
Let's try to have information, and let's smooth all this over, and let's, I don't.
But there were IEP meetings. This was discussed.
We're going to get information, and we'll
I just
deal
think we
with
need
it
to get more information.
And I think we can all agree that, we need to adhere to IEPs and just be sure that they're not steered like they were once before about 8 years ago, so.
Yeah, and just a comment, I did have a conversation with the parents after the public comment, and I apologize to the parents for not at least saying that I received the email. I also explained to them the process that we follow, and if they don't get the result they want through that process, then that's when they come back to the board, and that's when the board acts. So I did go through that process. Your points are very valid. I will tell you that publicly. In front of everybody in this instance with this program and with EC, your points are very, very valid. And as I explained to the parents, if you jump ahead the process, then when you have an IEP and you have an appeal process, due process, then you have to have board members that are not hands-on involved to hear that appeal. I'm not cutting you off. I'm not making excuses. That's what I explained to the parents in the hallway. I admit, and I apologize to those parents. I should have said, at least responded. I understand. I've got your email. So I'm guilty of that.
My whole point is that is what I initially did. I said this has to be handled by Dr. Bracey and the executive director, and if they can't find a method to make this happen for you, they need to bring it to the board policy committee. That was the statement initially made, and things have just escalated. It's a lack of communication by the executive director, and that needs to change immediately. I mean, she has to be responsive to Dr. Bracey, and that communication needs to get back to the board so we know what's going on too. So these parents are, it's frightening to see pictures of these little children who are hurt.
Yeah, and I would think that we direct Dr. Bracey, Dr. King, and his staff to look into this situation.
I think we all agree something needs to be looked at and a solution found for those kids. I think we can all agree on that.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Any other discussion, information? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Do I have a motion? Okay, do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye, thank you.